Apparently, Shami headed it wrong. Tried to bowl, take it, considered it too short.
Good morning. Well on from North Marine Road in Scarborough for day 4 of Yorkshire versus Surrey in this L County Championship match, which is very nicely poised indeed. They are 9 without loss overnight. Felix Organ on 4, Ian Holland on 5, needing a further 205 runs to win this one and keep the pressure on Surrey, top of the championship table. And Surrey, of course, well, still in action themselves as well today. And by the sound of things down there, flat pitch, who knows whether they might be able to force a win. So vital Hampshire that they try and take winning points here. And of course Yorkshire only had one championship win so far this season themselves, coming into this on the back of a defeat against Somerset, and it would be a great fillip with just those 4 games to come in September if they could pick up winning points themselves. It could go either. It feels a bit more like a morning than much of yesterday did. We'll see how that goes. On their way out then to the middle, Messrs Organ and Holland and the Yorkshire fielding contingent, who've been out there just having a little closer look perhaps than they normally do at things. Ben Code was doing a bit of shadow, but Jordan Thompson with the beady eye of Coach Gibson over him was also running in and maybe trying to hit the length that his coach has been asking him to do. So Jonathan Dodge with you. Beside me is Kev James. We've also got David Townsend, third voice again today. The possibility of 5 sports extras, Kevin Howells as well. Good morning, JMO. It's an interesting day in prospect.
Yeah, I think we've been looking forward to this, haven't we, to play last night. You can make all sorts of arguments as to who might win this, and I think that's what makes this day so fascinating. I think from a Hampshire point of view, they might have wished that the cloud was a little higher. Maybe no cloud at all would be the ultimate, but yeah, I think it'll do a little bit, and it's just how it's going to come down to, isn't it, how skillful bowlers bowl today. Maybe with a bit of luck and they'll win it. If Hampshire a little bit of luck and bat skillfully, then they'll win it. It's that close.
It is, and it's Jordan Thompson who is going to and get into a rhythm, put some pressure on early on. Then he's bowling the Pease Home Park end and bowling to Felix Organ. 3 slips in place, ring field otherwise, and comes in right on over the wicket for the first ball of the day, which Organ deals with, dropping into the offside to George Hill. No run. I think there was just an odd little bit of mizzle around very early on this morning as I walked out of the hotel, but nothing of any significance in that respect. It is a bit higher the cloud than it has been on those first couple of days, but still, yeah, a fairly heavy feel about things. There is a reasonable last day crowd, but it will be the fewest of the 4 here as Organ flicks this into the leg side. DT's already training the bins on something out there of significance. JMO?
I'm not sure I want to comment on that, but either way. But yeah, I do think the conditions, I think you could probably add another 30 or 40 runs on that total. I think it, I still think it's tough for Hampshire. Is it 50-50? I don't know. I think with the conditions, I think Yorkshire at the moment might be slight favourites.
Thompson in again, Organ pushing forward, that was there or thereabouts, and the sort of delivery that Yorkshire will be hoping for plenty of today. Might just want to pull that back a little bit, but it's up there to drive, and that's the general idea in these conditions. Stephen Patterson, Yorkshire skipper, he could have a part to play as well, just picking the ball up at mid-off.
It wasn't the easiest 3 overs for Hampshire to negotiate last night, was it?
Thompson in again, and it looks like there's evidence of a little bit of a way swing as that's dropped out to George Hill once again. No deck chairs out today, that is that. If you fancy coming and sitting in a deck chair outside the marquee on day 4, afraid you can forget it today, folks. The tractor's got 3 covers in front of it, and they've all been folded away.
Yeah. Where have they hidden the covers before that then? To the right, further to the right.
Thompson in again. Wider on the crease this time, and Organ solidly behind it. One more to come in the over. It's almost a steward per spectator on the west stand over there. A couple of yellow jackets and not that many speckies around, probably about 30, something like that. And a few dotted around on the popular side. There's still quite a lot beneath us. It's more fleece and coat order today than it has been on a couple of the days, as Felix Organ flicks this final ball of the over to Dominic Best at mid-wicket, and that was a maiden then to get the final day underway. Hampshire 9 without loss.
Yeah, yeah, a few spectators away to our right, and that, what do you call that stand away to our right? It's on the live picture feed right now.
The west stand.
The west stand, right, okay.
Which they're talking about revamping, putting in on some sort of Hall of Fame type thing underneath, and maybe a couple of bars where you can actually face the cricket. Of course, it's brick wall, isn't it, the bottom part of it at the moment. Got the ground equipment in there, things like that.
Yeah, which is very important, of course. I think, yeah, I am, I'm sure you are as well, we all are here in the commentary box, there's probably the Yorkshire contingent and all the batters for Hampshire in the dressing room are just going to be watching these first few overs quite closely, just to see what this will be doing, and will give us a clue to how it will behave for a while, to how difficult this first hour or so will be for Hampshire. Ben Code, who did get the ball to swing last night and nip away a bit, comes in right arm over forward and pushing that out square on the offside. Yes, he got 1 or 2 to go away from the right-hander, both off the pitch and in the air. We'll be looking to replicate that this morning. I think I heard, or I think I saw some comments from Johnny Tattersall last night saying the morning session is key. If they can take early Hampshire wickets, that really will put the pressure on. Kyle Abbott talking to me last night, feeling that an early partnership will certainly help. As Holland pushes that away into the gap, square on the leg side. First runs of the morning. Hampshire move on to 10 without loss. Remember, they started last night needing 214. Started today needing 205. That is now 204.
Yorkshire slip cordon without having what felt like a bit more concerted practice than normal, didn't it, for a little while earlier on?
Well, they probably looked at Hampshire's effort in the slips yesterday and said, we aren't going to be like that. I think it was, well, I thought it was 5. I sort of read there was 6 drop catches last night. A length ball, which Morgan pushes out square on the offside. So take your pick, whether it's 5 or 6 drop catches for Hampshire. I think I'm right in saying about 3, at least 3 of those were in the slip area. And would have cost Hampshire in the field a bit. That Kyle Abbott saying last night that that's unacceptable. That level of that standard of fielding yesterday. Can't expect to be challenging for the trophy with days in the field like that, but it happens. But shouldn't. As Code bowls outside the off stump, it's a nice carry through to Tattersall. Just again, just that odd. At times this pitch doesn't seem to have a lot of pace in it, and then every now and then one kisses the surface and just goes through a little quicker, as that one did. I think that's been a feature of this pitch.
Yeah. Appreciably slower, I think you'd have to say, than the one that I know you weren't here for the other week, but it just has felt like that from first session.
It's that Code bowls, playing a missing. Oh, that's dangerously close to the outside edge there. 1 or 2 behind the stumps, got excited. Tattersall mainly. These early overs, people will get excited, no doubt about it. There's so much riding on today. Yorkshire, as Jonathan Doy says, looking for their second win, having only won their opening game. It's been a long season, I guess, since then, and Hampshire, of course, wanted to keep the pressure up. Sorry, that was a beautiful delivery from Code, his best of the morning. Just pitched and left Organ quite late. From a Hampshire point of view, don't want to see too many balls like that. Just the 1 run off the over so far. Comes in again, runs towards us and bowls. There's nice shape, a little wider, so Organ leaves alone. And that's the end of the over. 10 without loss, Hampshire have added 1.
Interesting stuff from Ben Code, and he'll want to keep the pressure on. Jordan Thompson will also, and you'd have to say that under normal circumstances Ben would bowl with more consistent control than Jordan does, but Jordan certainly a wicket-taking bowler. He's topped those charts for Yorkshire in the last couple of seasons almost out of left field, because when he was younger wasn't getting red ball opportunities and he was getting some in white ball, and I think he was one of those players who might have just been channeled into the white ball player category. But he's certainly shown since that chance selection following the injury of Matthew Waite at the start of the COVID season that he can play this form equally as well. He's wide of off stump with his first delivery though, and there we are talking about that control again, just slightly wayward one. So where Ben Coe's asking them to play virtually every ball, is that just that little point of difference that Jordan, I know, is continuing to work on. Got a chap in what looks like, I think, a Bradford City, an old Bradford City shirt down there, but a maroon and old gold, with the two kids on the phone to mum, saying they're okay, and unfortunately love, Hampshire have just got a 4 down to fine leg. I better put the phone down and concentrate. Ian Holland it was, flicking off his legs. So Jordan Thompson wide of off stump with his first delivery, didn't ask the batter to play, and then he's overcompensated down the leg side, and this is what we're talking about in terms of that consistency. So 4 runs to Ian Holland down to the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Hampshire 14 without loss, and Holland the first to reach double figures. And a nice drive this time as well from Holland, a little bit more width off stumpish again. George Hill doing the fielding. So Jordan Thompson just striving to get it right in this, his second over of the day. They've still got a few runs to play with. Matthew Fisher came up yesterday, he said, 150-ish. We're talking about the possibility of that being interesting and putting a bit of pressure on, and he said, yeah, but you're not going to have afford many of those loose balls, and 2 to 220-ish just gives you that. As Holland opens the face, runs this down to third man, a sliding piece of fielding by Matthew Revis. They get a single, 15 without loss. Yeah,
he's spot on with that as well, and I think when you look at the overheads this morning, I think you can, from a Hampshire point of view, add another 20 runs on the total, really, because it will affect the way the ball behaves. We've certainly had lower cloud, and it's certainly misbehaved the first 2 mornings, well, a ridiculous amount of times, but it's not quite like that, but certainly not ideal from a batting point of view.
Thompson in again, once more leg-side-ish, and flicked away in front of square for 4 more. So in context, proving to be an expensive over, a couple of boundaries from it already. 19 without loss, and that takes Felix Organ up to 8.
It just looks as though Thompson already is trying to bowl sort of that nice shape away from the batter, and then starting to sort of push one in, and everyone he looks to push in is too straight. It's too easy for the batter. It's 2 fours off this over already.
Yeah. Leaves us behind then from this P-Zone Park end. And again, evidence of swing this time. Delivery straight enough, pushed out into the offside. Shake of the head from the bowler as he completes his second over of the morning, and Hampshire are 19 without loss.
Yeah, I think it's easy to say from here, but I think on such an important day that he's just got to get his stop ball going and then worry about sticking the other one in. He just seems as though he's doing it too early. Got another spectator, if you're watching the live picture feed, doing the crosswords. What was it yesterday? The code words. There's obviously a local bookshop or something that's doing a roaring trade in puzzles, because a few of the spectators here have been sitting, enjoying the cricket, as well as taxing their brain a little bit. Can't quite see. This one actually has the clues alongside, so if you're watching the live picture feed, you could probably do the crossword for them. Here comes Code from that far end, and that bounces and leaves Holland, who I think just about pulled the bat out of the way in time, but that's lovely shape. That's the shape that Jordan Thompson's looking for. Code has already settled into quite a nice rhythm, and that's all you need to do here. He's got really good shape on that Code. And you just need to keep it there. Where are we? we? What's one down there? Can't see the clue for one down. That hasn't been filled in yet. Can you read what it says, one down? Can't quite see it.
No.
It's 4 letters anyway. Here comes that code outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I think next time I come, I might walk into the ground at 9 o'clock in the morning with a book with about a whole stack full of magazines with puzzles, and just stand at the entrance. I might sell them.
Yeah, you could do.
Because they all love it up here, don't they? Looks like the one at the bottom is a lot easier to do than the crossword at the top. A lot easier clues. That'll be one for me, that one. I don't think I'd attempt that one at the top. Here comes that code again. Bowls down the leg side. Good diving stop from Tattersall. Score remains on 19 without loss. Hampshire have added 10 this morning. All those little groups of 10 runs all add up. That's how Hampshire will be thinking. Just take it steady. Little blocks of overs, little blocks of 10, 12 runs at a time, and just get through that and then go on to the next one. Don't think too far ahead. Code in again. 4 slips. A weight. Goes wider of the crease, and Holland pushes that out square on the offside. Holland has 11, Organ has 8.
He's not dissimilar to Mohamed Abbas, Ben Code, in that, again, I think everything about his run-up and action, he's quite easy. He's not a quick bowler. You know, they've talked about the speed going with him before. He's in the 70s, but his accuracy is his key, and he just puts it there, doesn't he? A bit like Abbas. I know he's not an international cricketer like Mohamed Abbas is, but it's that sort of feel to his bowling.
And that's all you need to do. It's a simple game. That's straighter and that's edged. And it's half stopped at 4th slip. But there is a single, but that's a good delivery. Again, it's the right line for Code. Just keeps it there. He will cause some problems. Holland moves on to 12. And Hampshire on to 20 without loss. Tense morning of cricket here in Scarborough. And absolutely ideal, isn't it? 3 days, mixture of on and off with the rain, but we've got to this point, which is absolutely ideal.
Good to see DT fully concentrating there.
I don't think he's looked at the action once
No,
yet,
I
has he?
don't think so.
He's outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Felix Organ. And, Hampshire 20 without loss.
No, indeed, he's probably looking for some hostelry that can stop off at on the way home tonight for his tea, planning his menu, something like that. Specs on the end of his nose, peering down at his tablet. So yeah, 20 without losses, JMO says, and no major alarms, although there was that thick edge in the previous over there by Ben Code. Jordan Thompson will want to try and get this right.
That crossword, by the way, the 4-letter word one down was thin, so whatever the clue was, I don't know. But so if you're watching the live picture feed, that's not so good, of course, if you're listening BBC Online.
Was the clue not DT?
Yeah, I was going to say that. Was the clue not DT? Thompson in, outside off stump. And Bassman shoulders arms.
Poor old DT. Mind you, having fish and chips every night doesn't help.
Fish and chips. Then we went to the sweet shop on the way around, didn't we, as well? Walked along the front. DT got a bit of fudge. I got some mint humbugs. And something else. What else did I get? Some sweets of some description. It's not often I buy those. Tomo in again, and that's wide of off stump. And Holland is happy to watch it go by. So the Jordan Thompson radar not quite in sync at this moment in time this morning.
No, but he's got the shape there. You know, that's a start, isn't it? You know, Code, the more accurate of the two, but Thompson does shape it nicely. He's just got to get it in the right areas. But it's you know, it's easier said than done at times. You know, somebody said, yeah, just keep the first couple of overs tight and get in the right areas. Well, sometimes it just takes a little bit longer than others.
Here he is again. That's more like it. Asks Holland to play, and he duly pushes into the offside. David Townsend with a bit of coaching advice here. A lot of gesticulating going on. I think he's doing Tai Chi, something like that. Thompson gets the ball back in his hand from Stephen Patterson, who will be keeping a close eye on this and thinking, should I introduce myself early? And Jordan Thompson has not done anything to stop those thoughts, because he's just thrown one up there on leg stump and it's been flicked away for 4 more in front of square. And so Holland going along quite nicely on to 16, and Hampshire as well, having resumed on 9 without loss, have added a further 15 runs.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a leg stump half volley, that's outside leg stump half volley. That's a poor ball, that one. And if he's asking the ball to swing away from that line, he's asking it to do far too much.
Here he comes again then. This time goes wide of off stump, and Holland, having hit the boundary, he's happy to watch it go by. But this is still a new ball here, and Yorkshire are only going to get this one real opportunity in the match with it. Need to be on the money to give themselves the best chance of just putting some doubt in the Hampshire minds. If they get off to a good start here, 60-70 first wicket partnership, something like that, that'll go a long way towards winning this one. Jordan Thompson in, passes umpire Malinder and draws a forward defensive push to Matthew Waite, who might come into play as well with the ball here today. Matthew Revis, things have not been going so well with the ball for him of late, but that could change. And Dom Bess, of course, as well. Haven't seen much in the way of twirl from either team in this match so far, but you never know on day 4. End of the over though, 24 without loss.
BT, I'll help you out here. Hang on, let's take that out. There you go. Yeah, Jordan Thompson has been, well, in the context of today, has been quite expensive. 4 overs, none for 17. His only over last night went for 4, so 3 overs for 13, which ordinarily isn't the end of the world, but of course in a tight last day, that's not been the tightest of starts. Here's Code from that far end, bowls. He's wrapped on the pad there, Felix Organ. Big shout, not out, says umpire Peter Hartley at the far end. Don't look as though it swung too much.
Felt like a good shout. Let's have a look at the replay. No, going down, I think. I think there's enough
Close,
doubt.
isn't it? Close. Code, of course, has been shaping the ball away from the right-hander, so they'll be looking for that. That one just held its line a bit. In fact, if anything, came back a fraction. Which is, I was just going to sort of ask that question, does Ben Code bowl the one that comes back? Because if he does, then of course they'll be looking to play at ones that just shape away a bit more. That's slightly short of a length, slightly easier to play for Felix Organ, who plays that into the ground. There is a length on this at the moment, isn't there, where if you bowl slightly shorter than short of a length, the ball just sits up a little bit and allows you to play it rather more easily than if the length brings you forward. That's the length that these bowlers need to bowl here. Just bring the batters forward. Not half volley, of course, but get them coming forward. Because anything short of a length, you can play it off the pitch, because generally this pitch has lost what little pace it had anyway. Comes in Code, bowls. Organ just pushes that and dabs that down behind square on the offside. Tense opening few overs, isn't it, really? I think the crowd can sense that. I know a few have been, well, a few are reading their books and doing their crosswords and what have you, and reading the paper, but at the same time, of course, looking up at the right times to take in each delivery. And as tense as it gets on the last day. I think we can feel it in the commentary room.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's a lot, as I say, there's a lot at stake for both sides here as Organ drives straight down the ground. That's a beautiful shot. Patterson's running after that. I think the ball's going to win that. Does, just. And that's a beautiful straight drive from Felix Organ. That's the one that's slightly over-pitched from Ben Code. Hampshire 28 without loss, having started the day 9 without loss.
Yeah, nicely played. And Ben Code, he doesn't stray lots. He's pretty tight. He's around about 3, just under 3 and over as a general rule. And apart from the skills that he produces to take wickets, also just the pressure that he applies accounts for some of those as well.
Here comes Code Bowls, length ball. Organ plays that into the ground and it's fielded backward a point. Rich Lloyd at Solent Sports says, puzzle clue, 4 down, Hampshire legend. Okay, yeah, okay. Let's move on from that. Adrian Kirk at Solent Sports says, my crossword has 2 down as a clue as overworked postman. How many letters? I've absolutely no idea. What's another word for an overworked postman? I didn't know there was such a thing. I thought they had it all pretty easy, didn't they? Work in the mornings, have the rest of the day off. Here comes. That's probably annoyed a few post people, I should say. That's pushed up towards mid-on. That's the end of the over. 28 loss. Hampshire. Remember, they started this innings needing 214.
Yeah, one or two that I speak to, it's a great job for fitness, isn't it? If they're on foot doing the delivery thing every day, and obviously trying to get around it as quick as they can. I'm not sure if that means they're allowed to knock off early, if that's the case, or what. But imagine that. I've spoken to one or two with the sort of knee issues and the hip problem because they are constantly on the walk and over a period of time. It's also going to take its toll. Jordan Thompson is being persevered with from this Peashone Park end. Stephen Patterson was doing a few stretches during Ben Code's over there, so maybe he said to Tomo, have one more. See if he can get this right. And his bowl's short first up, and he's been smashed away off the back foot through the covers. That will be 4 runs. George Hill closing down on the ball, but can't reel it in. And again, another loose delivery from Jordan to start this over. He'll be the least happy person on the ground in that respect. Just at the moment, maybe just trying it a little bit too hard. 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. And here's Jordan Thompson again, and solidly behind it, Ian Holland, who's on 20, courtesy of that boundary. Felix Organ on 12. All the runs have come off the bat so far, 32 of them. JMO, I think, has seen a 5er on the floor somewhere.
It was my phone, I'd lost it.
So Jordan Thompson turns again. And he comes fairly wide on the crease and wide of off stump as well. Doesn't induce a stroke from the batter. Looks like the little nipper on the front row down there. Oh, I thought it might be asleep, but actually there is a bit of movement. Dad's on the phone. Who says that men can't multitask? He's got the toddler in the left hand. He's got the mobile in the right hand. Well done, sir. Thompson in, and Holland right across, solidly behind that, pushing back up to the bowler.
Paul Williams at Solent Sport, who's in Portugal, he says, sat at a river beach with the family, hoping to hear a Hampshire victory today. And Mike Martin at Solent Sport says, I think this could be the defining day of the season for Hampshire. If we lose and Surrey even draw, they will have the momentum. And we'll come to that more in a moment.
Because Thompson's in once again. Evidence of a bit of shape up there to drive. More like it from Jordan, pushed into the offside, no run.
Wynn and Warwickshire fight hard and the table will look more interesting. Big day for Felix Organ, I think, says Mike. It's a big day for a few of the Hampshire top order. And will be a big day for one of the Yorkshire bowlers if they pick off 5 or 6 wickets. Some potentially big days all round.
Every day is a big day in the BBC commentary box as Jordan Thompson's in, and again that's better up there, and it swings a little bit more round about off stump, but he's frustrated with himself that he's not been able to bowl with the consistency that his coach has been asking for. 32 without loss at the end of the over. Well, remains to be seen whether his skipper will move things along, make a change. Won't make a change at the Trafalgar Square end because Ben Cody's going to continue.
Yeah, now Adrian Kirk has tweeted again at Solent Sport, and you're right, Adrian, I didn't really quite get what you were getting at with your tweet, but I get it now because he says, finish the joke. He says, overworked postman, how many letters, question mark, thousands. And I get it now. Hopefully everybody else has got that, including Doidgy. Yes, and so even Kieran Howes at 5 Live. Believe me, if somebody at 5 Live gets it, it must be funny. Here comes Code, bowls, and that's pushed by Organ up to mid-on, and there's no run. Peter Allen, who's joining in with the crosswords. I don't know if you're looking at the live picture. Solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, one across, egged on, and it's not toast. So if you can see the screen better than I can, or you've just put that randomly, fine. 32 without loss. Hampshire having started the day 9 without loss. Code. Bowling from that Trafalgar Square end. Comes in slightly down the hill, bowls, Organ pushing forward. That's gone back to the bowler. I was trying to work out, well, I haven't looked it up, why that actually is called the Trafalgar Square end. But as you walk in, oh, go on.
The street is, you know where we went for the coffee the other day?
Yes.
There's a sign on the end of that particular building, I think it is that building, that says Trafalgar Square. So.
Oh, yeah, that's right, that's good. Yeah, I sort of looked down it as I walked past a couple of times, and I thought, there is a little bit of a green area, isn't there, between the houses in the middle of the road, a bit like Albert Square. As that's pushed by Organ through through mid-off. There is no mid-off because Don Bess is quite wide, and that is 4 runs up towards the end that we've just been talking about. 32 without loss, just to bring a southern aspect to the
we've got
proceedings.
Dirty Kev next to us, and we've got Lofty Howells right to the left.
Lofty? Whoa.
And of course, Nasty Nick Townsend when he returns. I don't know who I am.
You would be the most nicest character ever played in EastEnders. Whoever that is. .com.
Deutsch.
Here comes Code. Bowls. Always got a leading edge through extra cover. More runs. Just 1 actually. Just trying to work that on the leg side there. Felix Organ. Don't close that face at the back too quickly. 37 without loss. Of course, if nobody up here would know what I'm talking about, EastEnders, well, because I shouldn't think anybody up here watches that. No, they're all shaking their heads. No, you're right. It's all, what is it up here that everybody watches?
Hollyoaks.
Hollyoaks?
Take the high road.
Take the high road. That's too far north, isn't it, for here? That's actually north of here. If there is such a place. Here comes Code, bowls, and Holland is forward. Goes out on the leg side. Is there a sort of, has there ever been a soap that's sort of unique to this sort of area of... Emmerdale, of course, Emmerdale.
Not this area, is it? Oh, that's
no, well, this up
70 miles away.
Yeah, but when you live on the south coast, you know, anything sort of up this way is all lumped into, you know, the same area, really. So for us, down south, Emmerdale would sort of epitomise this area. And you're going to say, no, it doesn't. That's why I'm off now, for that's good news.
Ben Code in and bowling to Holland, who runs that out into the gully where Jordan Thompson will field, and there's no run. Yeah, Emmerdale used to be filmed in a mill in Farsley, and we talk about Raymond Dillingworth's association with Farsley. Actually, was literally just up the road from where the late Raymond used to live. Used to often see the cast when I lived in Farsley and in the local pub there, the Fleece. It was a long time ago now, and in fact, in my former working life, there was a sales course in Bradford that I was on. You're on, DT, don't worry. And I remember some of the Southerners turning up north and saying, all right, you know the area, can you take us round for a tour? And actually put a few of them in the car, and we went round to see where the farm down in Leithley, down near Ockley, was, that they used to get the shots of the farm, the outbuilding, on the opening credits, and I think it was Arthington Viaduct. And then took them into the pub just in case any of the cast were in. They were delighted when there were 2 or 3 of the regulars having a pint that night, and there were autographs and photographs and all that. In the days before mobile phones, this was. So it was bring your camera. Change of bowling at the piece umpire. And no, it's really, because Jordan Thompson was just struggling for a patrol. And Waite, who comes attack, immediately is wide of off stump and driven to extra cover. Stephen Patterson will the blood pumping by chasing that one down a few yards inside the pavilion boundary rope. Back 4-3. So 20 apiece for the batters. That was Felix Organ who struck it, and 40 without loss on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I used to live in the same house as one of the stars of Emmerdale, going back about 15 years. A lady called Linda Thorson, an actress called Linda Thorson, who played somebody King in the in Emmerdale, and I think she got murdered one Christmas. Or
Merry Christmas. Wait, good delivery this time, leaving Ian Holland and through to the keeper, and there is no run. I remember on the passing of our old pal Graham Roop a few years ago, Mr. Howells on the microphone at a memorial match that they had for him at his former coaching seat of Woodhouse Grove School. And after that match, getting in a taxi with Ruth, Graham's widow, and Lorraine Chase.
Indeed.
Is Waite, and that's flicked off the legs, off the hip by Holland. He's got a single for it, down to Ben Code, fielding in front of the covers, down by the marquee in the southwest corner. Single then to Holland, so 21 to him, 41 without loss.
Yeah, Linda Thorson used to have the flat at the basement of the house I lived in, and she it was in Primrose Hill, the posh part of London, Dorgy, and yeah, she was famous as the Avenger girl that nobody can remember.
Okay,
because there were four of them.
Waite in, and Organ defends into the offside no run. Is that
you can name the
Primrose
other
Hill from a bloke from Brazil? The Madness lyrics.
They do. Suggsy lives just at the top of. Yeah, he lives very close.
To which song then?
When I'm driving in my car, isn't it? Yeah, by Madness. Yeah, she's the. There were four Avenger girls, and I bet you can name three of them, but you can never remember. She was Tara King in the Avengers. She's also Mrs. King in the. Strangely enough, in Emmerdale.
His weight to Organ, who shoulders arms to a ball that doesn't bounce too much. Not the usual Scarborough bounce. It's a dot.
You mentioned Lorraine Chase. She used to have some interesting people around as well. went out on the little balcony at the back one day, and she was having tea in her garden with Twiggy. So
excellent.
That was really 1960s. That was.
Do you want to share a taxi with JD and with Chris Chittell, who was, they were all friends because Graham Root played for the Emmerdale 11. Right. That was the connection, and dropped into the leg side Organ. There's no run, and so yeah. I remember even where I was going, to be honest with you. I just remember Ruth saying, you can get in the taxi with us if you like, and there was Lorraine Chase and Chris Chittell.
Well, there you go.
Emmerdale megastars.
Lorraine Chase in Emmerdale?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. I thought she just did that advert for Luton Airport or something, and that's all I knew of her.
I can remember her being on television in two programmes, Emmerdale and Blankety Blank. She used to be a regular there, didn't she?
Yeah, she was a regular on Blankety Blank, indeed. 41 for no wicket then. 20.
There's a few of us in this commentary box who'd have been good on Blankety Blank.
Yes, that Blankety Blank was good. Enjoyed that. So, start of a new Ben Code over, runs it down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end, and oohs and ahs there as Holland just turns that one down to long leg, a single, and Code was thinking, had he not got a thickish inside edge on that one, he would have been up and appealing for an LBW. There was one loud LBW shout this morning, and one of those that could have been given and you'd have thought, and one of those that wasn't given and you thought, it was a sort of umpire's call-ish one, wasn't it, this morning? Umpire Hartley gave it not out. So, Organ on strike, bowls, and he pushes that one up to a mid-on, no run.
You can imagine a cricket in Blankety Blank, something like Ben Code ran in and bowled it, and it hit the batsman on the pad, straight in front of middle stump. And he turned to the umpire and said, blank.
Blankety blank.
When you'd have to write down, wouldn't you, with your marker pen on your card what it was. Of course, somebody would have fallen into the trap of right now's that.
Oh yes, sure they would. Organ on strike. Code bowls to him and watchfully allows that one to pass through. Wasn't the best opening little burst from Jordan Thompson this morning, was it? What I was trying to explain to JMO, and you thought I was sort of actually giving a blessing to the crowd or something whilst I was doing it, was that, when he started it just on or outside off stump, it swung. And then when he got it over to where he wanted it, maybe on middle, it just kept straight and they were picking him off through the leg side. Code to Organ. Organ defends. No run to be had there. So not as many demons there this morning, certainly as we saw on the first two mornings. And at the moment, Hampshire doing this pretty easily, but as ever, quick bang bang with wickets, and that can all change. Here's Code again. Bowls and defended down into the crease. No a run. Disappointing crowd really this morning. I thought there would have been a few more in, probably half of what there's been on the first 3 days, something like that.
Yeah, you'd have said so.
No excuse today of rail strikes. Lily's turned up and bought us some very nice vanilla slices, which we'll have with our lunch later, I'm sure. She's rearranged things so she could be here today. Code bowls, unbounced just a little bit.
That's commitment from Liz. The sort of commitment we could do with from you, to be honest with you.
What, turning up with?
Turning up, really.
That's one of the few things that I do generally do. I haven't missed too many deadlines over the years. The only time I did miss a deadline was perfectly understandable when the clock let me down. But there you go, that's another story. You remember those old wind-up clocks you used to have, the old alarm clocks where you had to go, and the darn thing lost about an hour overnight, and I thought it was an hour, earlier than it was.
No, during my lifetime, David, batteries have been in existence.
There's a clockwork, you see, that's what they used to call clockwork. You wound it up, and away it went.
So 42 without loss. Matthew Waite, right arm over. And he comes past umpire Malinder, and solidly behind that once again. Hampshire batter Holland. This pair have been pretty secure. There was just one thick outside edge early doors off the bowling of Ben Code. But other than that, in conditions that don't look favourable for batting, they've been watchful, patient, and they've picked off the opportunities that they've been afforded by the Yorkshire bowling attack. Waite in again. That's more like it. He's asking the batter to play. Can do not much more than that as he pushes forward with soft hands. I'm sure Matthew Waite would quite like him to go at that just a little bit more firmly. Maybe bring a fielder into play. Stephen Patterson, stork-like, standing on one leg and showing that he does have some core strength. I think I've seen DT do that once or twice on a morning before he comes into the com box, just flexing the muscles. Waiting again, and once more Holland right behind that. And it does look serious now. It looks as though Stephen Patterson is probably going to bring himself on at the Trafalgar Square end, which is the usual end we see him from, to replace Ben Code, who's bowled well this morning but without success in the wickets column.
Yeah, without really looking as though he was imminently going to take a wicket, as he Ben Code, as obviously did on that second morning.
Waite in again. That's pulled this time, just too short, and given that it's a slow pitch, it just sat up, and if he could talk, was probably saying, "Give me a whack for 4 through mid-wicket, please." And Ian Holland, reading that, duly obliged. 26 to him, 46 without loss. There's just a discussion now as to where we'd like to place the field here. The bowler says he's asking for a slip to come out, and that is going to be the case. Will Frayne coming out into what will probably end up being a short straight mid-wicket. Matthew Revis is at mid-wicket, so he's got a bit of double protection in there, but nobody on the boundary edge, which is where the ball went. And Waite straightens things up, and he's treated with a bit of respect there, pushing it to the incoming Will Frayne.
One of the more interesting things that Matthew Fisher said yesterday when he was on was talking about the discussion in the Yorkshire dressing room as to how the ball might feel when it's hit by certain different players. And that, I think that one would have definitely been an ouch when it was smacked through mid-wicket. Nothing smooth about that one. It was a good whack.
Waiting again, driven down the ground. Good piece of fielding by Best, because that looked as though it might just kick on past him for a straight 4. Now he's just got up gingerly, right knee perhaps. It was a nice stroke by Ian Holland, and the sort of stroke where he's just a little bit miffed that he didn't pick up a run. Dot ball to complete the over, 46 without loss.
Yeah, very nice. Shot straight down the ground, and he saved 4 runs there because they didn't even get the single. Had that gone past him, that would have run very quickly down to the side screen at this piece on park end of the ground. So a steady start for Hampshire. They knew that it wasn't going to be easy to get this target today, but Coach Adi Burrell was up here earlier and mentioned that the pitch is dry now, so they were happy enough that, and perhaps not as much moisture in the air as there has been on other mornings, and maybe there wouldn't be that nip around. I certainly think alarming so far, although that could all change now with old fellow himself, Steve Patterson, starts his work for the day. He comes down the hill over pitches, oh dear, and that struck away through the offside. Determined chase out there, but I'm afraid George Hill's not going to reach that. It's into the netting on that side, on the west side of the ground, and 4 more, which brings up the Hampshire 50. There was that little ripple of applause. I'm sure there was some Hampshire fans in the ground. You can almost feel the sort of 1,000, 1,500 or so Yorkshire fans in today. They're just looking at this and thinking, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. We should have had an edge or 2 by now. We'd have wanted a wicket in this first 40 minutes or so. We would have wanted 2 wickets ideally. Nothing's happening. Patterson bowls, and that ball just bounces a little bit. Holland waits for it. It's organ, isn't it? And pushes it down into the offside. Just Hampshire players playing late. They're playing under the noses, but they're not being troubled overly. Would that be fair to say, Doige?
I think it would.
Patterson bowls, and forward goes Organ, pushing up to mid-on. He's got 24, Holland's got 26. It's, well, if you'd have offered them a 50 partnership for the opening wicket last night when they set off in pursuit of this 214, they'd have grabbed it with both hands. So, well, Yorkshire got to make something happen. 3 slips. Waiting for a tickle. Patterson bowls. They're not going to get a tickle there, but that's gone away quickly down towards the pavilion to our left for a single. Waite coming around to do the fielding. Score moves on to 51. Batsman almost back to parity, 25 to Organ, 26 to Holland.
Michael Hickman says, don't you think DT should be on TMS? He should be on something. He's a great commentator, he says, a real character. Sadly missing on TMS these days, in the opinion of Michael.
That's very kind. The 5 was in the post. Patterson to bowls, and that's pushed into the covers by Holland, no run. But you can't have somebody on TMS who thinks Duncan Ferguson used to be coach of the England cricket team, can you?
No. Or who calls for everybody to have fish and chips in honour of his late former colleague and then gets to the chippy too late himself.
Holland leans over his bat, 3 slips, 3 saving 1 on the offside. Standard field as Patterson again just over pitches a little bit there, and that's pushed up to mid-on. No run. And that's the end of the over then. 51 for no wicket. And all, you've got to say really, I suppose, 51 for no chance as well. There's not been...
No.
Last night, those 3 overs last night, there was a real sort of buzz, and there was a bit of oohs and ahs and beating the bat. And
not a lot this morning.
no.
David Bates says, re Emmerdale, I lived in Farsley 2005 to 7 and regularly saw Jeff Hordley, brackets Kane Dingle, in the co-op buying his Guardian, brackets other papers are available. Eric Pollard and Nicola were often seen on the canal path at Rodley on a Sunday. The canal path at Rodley, spent several hours on that as a nipper on walks. Used to go catch a few tiddlers out of the canal in the net, stick them in a bucket, take them home, thinking we'd have a fish tank full of stuff, and then they'd be floating the following morning because they'd been in clean water, not canal water, as Waits in, and that's dropped into the offside by Felix Organ. There's no run.
You did have a tank full of fish, just that they were dead fish. Floating on top. Love that scene in The Simpsons where Homer's choosing some live bait, and he chooses, I think I'll have that one there, and then there's a lobster floating on its back, and the waiter says, I think choose one with a little more life in it, sir.
Wait in, driven straight, and there's an appeal for a run out at the non-striking end because Waite deflected that onto the stumps, but fortunately for Ian Holland,
I think he just got back, hadn't he? Yeah.
Hadn't wandered too far. We talked about the Will Frayne run out where Keith Barker deflected it onto the stumps at the bowler's end down at the GS Bowl a few weeks ago, and Frayne went on that occasion. But this time Holland, perhaps with that in mind, had grounded his bat. 51 without loss then. A few words from skipper to bowler, who then comes in and bowls again, dropped into the offside by an open-faced forward defensive stroke by Organ. Matthew Waite, it's almost like it's not quite going to get down on his marks into the starting blocks, but he does lean forward in that other way that sometimes you might have started a race when you were younger, like they do in a 1500 metre race where they don't use the blocks. Front foot forward, bent fairly well forward before he sets off in. Here we go. Just pushes off there, pulls that air back with the left hand, gives himself a bit of extra momentum perhaps to the wicket, and that's turned into the leg side where Will Frayne does the fielding.
There's been a few cricketers over the years, haven't they, who've, their legs have struggled to keep up with their heads when they're running,
Yeah.
Chased a ball with their heads. Mark Ramprakash was one of those. Always used to chase with his head and his legs holding up. A distinctive style.
Here he goes again, in past umpire Malinder. That's straight, and again flicked to leg, where Frayne is keen. Does the fielding. Just dropped Don Bess out a little deeper at mid-on, probably the better part of 20 yards further back than Stephen Patterson is at mid-off. 2 slips after Frayne was moved out before the previous Waite over. Pretty subdued crowd at the moment, with Yorkshire not having managed to make a breakthrough. And here's Waite. Solidly behind it from the crease, pushed back up the pitch by Organ to complete another over, and still another wicketless one. Jack Shutt makes his way onto the field with a little bit of extra warmth for one of the Yorkshire fielders, Don Bess. Hampshire 51 without loss.
Don Besson never sort of hides his feelings, does he? Out on the middle, he's a very, very passionate cricketer, and gets grumpy when things aren't going his way. And then you could see as he just tossed his long sleeve sweater over, things aren't going Yorkshire's way at the moment, despite that maiden over. Goal going overhead, as you probably pick up in our effects. Might be a bit early in the day because it's the post tea session really when the girls come into their own, isn't it? Which I think is true any part of the world. Anywhere that close to the sea, the girls like to get after tea. His first ball over fast forward defence from Ian Holland. Certainly a feature of test matches that are played in Adelaide, or used to be played in Adelaide, when it was a lot easier for the girls to get into the playing arena. Used to gather around extra cover and mid-wicket and be scattered by a late day flick off the pads. Patterson bowling to Ian Holland bowls, and again forward watchfully into the offside. They're getting on for a quarter of the way there. They haven't lost a wicket yet, Hampshire.
Thanks to Harrison for highlighting the fact that Matthew Waite, who of course is bowling at the moment at the P-Zone Park end, spent about 20 minutes this morning, he says, chatting to Mohammed Abbas. Looked like they were talking about wobble seam, which is interesting. I know one or two players do talk to each other, even during the competitive nature of a match, about how they do things, and it's all about taking the game forward, isn't it?
Patterson bowls, and there's big appeal for LBW as Holland got across his stumps and looked to flick that one square of the wicket. Going down.
Maybe
maybe
Mohammed might have said to him, well, you bowl it this way, and then walked off winking to his teammates, and then I'll tell him the proper way to do it after the match is over tonight, just in case.
So what went wrong out there, Matthew? Well,
Mohammed said today.
I did that, Mohammed. Oh, no, not that way, that way. Oh, right, I'll try that next time. Yeah, so Patterson bowls to Holland, who takes the bat out of the way of that one late on and allows it through to wicket-keeper Tattersall. Yorkshire players doing sort of stretching exercises. Gola Cadmore at slip, he's sort of hugging himself almost. I don't know what part of the body that stretches. It's sort of, I don't know, it's probably back muscles or something, is it? Big pair of bucket hands there at first slip. Hasn't had a chance yet this morning. Smaller figure of Adam Lythe next to him. In bowls and straight through. Now that the first one really that we've seen today doing what Carl Abbott did really, which was getting a bit of bounce and a bit of movement. The keeper taking it chest high. I think that might just have passed on the inside.
It wasn't dissimilar to the ball that bowled Will Frayne, was it? That Ian Holland, I think it was, just keeping coming in and beat him past the inside edge.
Bounced more than we would have expected as well. Patterson to Holland, who is happy to see that one outside the off stump, has nothing to do with it. Through to Tattersall, another over ticks by. The overs won't come into it today. So not Hampshire are not under time pressure at all to get these runs.
Interesting that Vanessa Feltz has announced she's quit the BBC, because that could mean that she's going to join the Third Voices DT. You might be struggling for a gig next season. Andy Walker says this pitch is looking increasingly benign. We need wickets, and soon. From his Yorkshire perspective, might spin help? ? I don't know. Just hope that we field well and keep our heads up. ... and hope. Will Luxton just bringing on a helmet for Jonathan Tattersall, and we are going to see spin. So there we go. Clairvoyance from Andy Walker.
Well, this will be interesting because a couple did turn, didn't they, yesterday for Liam Dawson? Not particularly quickly, but another day's wear and tear on the pitch. And bowling from this, he's bowling for the Peace Hawk end, where our Coventry position is, and he'll have a little bit of rough outside the right off somewhere. Big Keith put those size 16 or 17, roughed it up a bit.
Yeah, Dominic McMullen with Emmerdale says the Emmerdale cast are playing a chip match on the 14th of August at Craig Hall CC. It's in support of the Yorkshire Air Ambulance, which is a great charity and does fantastic work, I've got to say. All welcome to the game. He says it starts at midday. Sunday the 14th of August, 12 noon start. The Village Green in Craig Hall. Craig Hall CC, the Emmerdale cast, if you want to go see them. There's long graph books, but of course that's very 1970s, isn't it? You'll take along mobile phone now to have your photograph taken with him as Bessie's first delivery is dropped down the pitch by Felix Organ, and there is no run. So Bess, and he comes again. Organ uses just a little half stride to get somewhere near the pitch. He turns it to Will Frayne, who is in at short leg. Adam Lythe at slip. They've got a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a little bit deeper. Tom Kohler, Cavmore. Will Luxton is out there replacing somebody at the moment. He's at wide-ish mid-on, comes straight mid-wicket, and also in a catching and run-saving position just inside the wicket ends. Matthew Waite backward of square leg. There was another dot from Bess, pushed back down the pitch by Organ. They've also got a sweeper. Matthew Revis is out at the mid-wicket boundary in front of the west stand. Yorkshire looking for a breakthrough. Hampshire very happy with their morning's work so far. Haven't lost a wicket, and there's another single pushed out to Revis, coming in off the boundary by Felix Organ. 52 without loss, 26 apiece to the pair of batters. And we welcome listeners to or of 5 Sports Extra with the news that at Scarborough it's been a wicketless morning so far, which will be much the preferable to Hampshire than it will for Yorkshire. They resumed on 9 without loss. Felix Organ on 4, Ian Holland on 5. They're both on 26 runs each at the moment. 52 without loss, and it's Holland on strike facing Dom Bess. The first over, I think I'm right in saying, he's bowled in the match. This Peasholm Park end, another dot ball pushed out into the offside. So Yorkshire searching for wickets. They still have a lead of 162 runs. Hampshire growing in confidence. It feels like a bowling morning. Grey skies overhead. That's the way of it here in this match so far. Best comes in again past umpire Neil Mallin. A reverse sweep attempt here by Holland, but missed out on it. End of the over, 52 without loss. But I say grey skies and all that, fellas. Adi Burrell turned up, didn't he, at the box before play started this morning, and was indicating that the pitch, I think, was drier than it had been earlier in the match when the ball was nipping about quite a bit more, and that's a very astute reading of the pitch by the way things have gone in what is now the first hour of play. I'll be stepping out in a moment. A few words from DT and JMO will be back in.
Yeah, it's certainly looked a lot easier for batting this morning. There just hasn't been that sort of excitement and tension, a bit of drama that we had certainly in those 3 overs last night. When you thought a wicket is likely to fall any ball, Patterson starts a new over, just pushes that into the onside, looks at his partner, does Organ. Is there a run there? Yes. Holland scampers through, and the man in attempting to save one, that's Revis at mid-wicket, has to jog round. It was a comfortable single there. I think JMO and myself could have got through for a run there, JMO, without
Been a tight one.
straining the hamstrings too much. Oh dear. Even thinking about it.
It's almost this morning as though Hampshire and Surrey are feeding off each other.
Next delivery has Holland coming forward, defending. What's happening at the oval there?
The Warwickshire have had a horrendous morning, as Sports Extra listeners will have been following, because Warwickshire started the day 270 for 4, were bowled out for 310.
Good Lord.
So 6 wickets for 40 there. So Surrey need 248 to win that game. Of course, they currently lead the table. Hampshire second here, but so far this morning in the first hour, it's gone okay for Hampshire.
Patterson bowls, and that's driven firmly wide of mid-off, but a tumbling stop there prevents any run by Thompson. We were expecting Warwickshire to bat on a long time in that game, weren't they? But do you wonder if, speaking optimistically from a Hampshire point of view, which I know you rarely do, whether or not having 6 wickets fallen for 40, that might actually mean Surrey will struggle to get the runs. We'll see. Hit in the air slightly, a wide of mid-on. There's a single this time. And Thompson sort of got some part of the body there, but the ball escaped him, and the batsman crossed quickly for a single, which actually levels them up again on 27.
I'm told through a third party that the reason that Warwickshire were bowled out this morning was because of a certain Kemar Roach who swung the ball prestigiously, if that's the right way of saying it. 5 for 72 he finished in that Warwickshire innings.
You take all of them this morning. Patterson bowls, and that's bounces a little bit, and Organ started to come forward, and he found the ball getting big on him. Just rode with it, played it down backward over square.
It just feels, and obviously I'm just leaving Yorkshire aside here for a minute, and only for a minute, but you know, whatever Hampshire have done recently, it just feels as though Surrey have always at least matched it, but gone slightly better. And you know, with it being a situation with, you know, Surrey top of the table and Hampshire second, Hampshire to try and keep pace with Surrey, it's been very difficult.
Next delivery from Patterson is clipped nicely through mid-wicket. Didn't quite get all of that, Organ, but he's going to pick up a couple of runs. Revis does the field. You might see a few overs from Revis shortly, because Patterson Code haven't done anything. Maybe a little bit of extra pace from the youngster. Upset these Hampshire openers are certainly not being upset at all at the moment. 56 for no wicket.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the live table right now, Hampshire's still 16 points off Surrey, and coming into this game having won 5 of their last 6. So, you know, there's not much ground given between the two at the moment. And looking at what's happened with Surrey this morning, that you wouldn't bet against them winning that. So Hampshire, in a way, have to win this today to keep pace with games running out.
I think that was going to be the case anyway, wasn't it? I mean, if we looked at it last night, we were thinking that game at the Oval likely to be a draw, because you know, Warwickshire were ahead and 6 wickets in hand. So wickets to fall in the first hour, wouldn't you?
Best bowls turned up leg side by it. He'll pick a single and move on to 28, 57 without loss. Hampshire need now in this game another 157.
And if that had been a difficult to speak, of course, when the off spinner's on, because the balls are so quick. I'll come back to that after this one.
Slipping a short leg in, Felix Organ to face Bess. Forward, plays that back to the bowler.
Had it been the expected draw at the Oval, Hampshire would really still have had to win here, otherwise they would have gone a further 8 points behind. They'd have been 20-something points behind. So this is always a must-win for Hampshire. I think it was Mike Martin who said earlier, wasn't it? It's a sort of pivotal day for their title challenge.
And the locals, of course, very much hoping for a Yorkshire victory, which hasn't come since the opening game of the season. That's played out on the onside by Organ off the back foot, and there is no run. So far, so good in the first hour for Hampshire. Started the day 9 without loss, 57 without loss. So they've added, 48 this morning. At a fair rate, actually, it has to be said, as that's pushed away on the onside, which Yorkshire just haven't quite started the way they would have liked. And I think part of that was Jordan Thompson, if I'm honest. You know, he bowled, what did he bowl this morning? Bowled 4 overs. I know it was only for 17 runs, but it just allowed Hampshire to sort of push the ball around, and few alarms, really, off the back foot there. Organ's trying to hammer it through the covers, doesn't really time it. Ball goes out to extra cover, no run. Yeah,
there was just no pressure from him, was there? It was, and there was Code at the other end who was asking some questions. Not as many as he asked last night, but the valve was open at the other end.
Yeah. The only thing I will say is a driven, well stopped by Bess, by his left hand, diving to his left as well. End of the over, 57 without loss, is that even if Hampshire fans and Hampshire supporters listening to this are starting to feel a little easier, or a little easy, is that for me the cloud is slightly thicker than it was when we started at 11 o'clock.
Ball is slightly softer though.
Maybe it's cancelling each other out.
No, I can see this. At the moment, this is a comfortable Hampshire victory, isn't it?
Well, there's a long way to go. A long way to go.
Said
Yeah,
at the
things can
moment,
change.
said
A
at the
wicket,
moment.
yeah,
At the
wickets
moment.
change things, don't they? Especially on last day. On the last day, a tense last day.
Well, you get one wicket and then you get a silly run out or something, and then another wicket, and all of a sudden you go, "Ooh," you know, the dressing room is not as relaxed as it would be at the moment. So, going to be Patterson to continue with that familiar approach from the Trafalgar Square end, bowls, and Holland pushes that into the onside, which has now been strengthened. Only 2 slips. 3 men saving 1 on the onside and a long leg, and on the offside, well, 2 slips, 3 men saving 1. So there's runs to be had down to 3rd man. Big gap between backward point and 2nd slip to steer one through there. Patterson bowls, and Holland comes forward defensively, plays back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Ralph Brooker at Solent Sports says afternoon. He says Brad Wheel to rip through the Brown Hatters. Brad Wheel, the Hampshire seamer, on loan with Warwickshire. Hopefully he will go through them. Can I just add one more Emmerdale story to the conversation we had earlier? And I know you two came up with some very funny ones and very good ones, because it's always fun, isn't it?
Patterson bowls, and that's through to the keeper. No run. Go on then.
Those of a certain vintage that watched Emmerdale many moons ago, when I mentioned the name Fraser Hines, who I thought was probably one of the most famous actors that was in that series, I once walked down Bournemouth High Street with Fraser Hines and Bobby Davro.
You did.
Yes, I did.
And Bobby Davro.
And Bobby Davro, just to throw that name in as well. There we were, walking down Bournemouth High Street, the 3 of us. True story.
Auditioning for the Three Stooges or something. Patterson bowls, and that's turned backward of square. These two sort of know each other quite well, don't they? They also seem to combine quite well as an opening pair. And they just looked at each other and scampered through for a single there. Both of them on 29, 58 for no wicket. Chris Sharp has come up with a cracker, actually, which would, I think Dodgy myself really should have had this one, if not you. If not you, Jamer. TV series set in the Scarborough area. Heartbeat was in North Yorkshire Moors.
Oh.
He's forward defensively. Organ pushes it into the onside. Much closer than Emmerdale.
So that's the local one, the local, more local one of the soaps. Yeah, I've got a story about Heartbeat as well. Do you want to hear my
I'm
Heartbeat
not sure
story?
it was a Heartbeat. Was it?
Oh, the Royal. The Royal. Round the corner from where I am.
Oh,
So there's your local soap type series, drama series connection. Yeah, the Royal.
Patterson bowls, and Organ just rides that one, and he's found that gap between second slip and backward point. A furious chase down there for Adam Lythe, who doesn't succeed in beating the ball, and Peter Hartley signals. That takes Organ on to 33, 62 now for no wicket.
Kevin Howes at 5 Live is insistent that I balance it up with locally based soaps. So down south in the Southampton area, Howard's Way was filmed in the Bursledon sort of region, a suburb of an outer suburb of Southampton. So there you go.
What was that one about?
Funny enough, on the Solent, let me guess what it might have been. On the Solent, Bursledon. Oh, anything to do with boats, maybe?
Oh, well, was it?
Yes, there you
I
go.
thought that's the O'Needing line. Was that down there somewhere?
I have no idea. That's way before me. Here comes Bess, bowls, flighted, driven, but not timed out into the covers, and there is no run. I'll have a look it up to see where the Anedin line was based, because that's... Eh? Cornwall. Oh, there we are, thank you. Isn't this great? All locally based programmes. Do you want to hear my heartbeat story very quickly?
Oh, well, definitely.
Yeah, here we go.
In a heartbeat.
Whee. Slightly short, and it's played into the ground by Felix Organ. The ball rolls out on the onside. Who was the guy? Nick?
Oh, the one who was in EastEnders
Nick
as well,
Berry.
wasn't he?
Yeah,
was in
Nick Berry.
EastEnders.
Yeah, he was in EastEnders as well.
I think he's the only one I know who's in heartbeat.
Right, okay. So Nick Berry. Here's my Nick Berry story.
Mr. Derrick was in it as well.
Yes, here comes Bess, bowls, flighted, driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. Years ago, when I was very lucky enough to be playing pro cricket, and Hampshire for a few seasons did a pre-season in Barbados. We were very lucky. We used to 2 or 3 trips in sort of late March, early April, go out to Barbados to hone our cricket skills ahead of the season. As Bess comes in and bowls, that's off the back foot, played out square on the offside. Nick Berry happened to be out there at the same time, and we were staying in a very not the same place he was, but just up the road from him. And we happened to be on the beach one time after a training session, and he was on the beach, and he was going out with another famous actress at the time, who's currently in EastEnders still, I think. As that's played out on the onside, goes through mid-wicket, and that'll be a single 63 without loss. And he sort of came up to us, and he was desperate to go on. You know those banana boats that go up and down the bay and, you know, whisk at amazing speed. He really wanted to go on, but couldn't find anybody to go on with him. So of course there's about half a dozen of us just sort of having a couple of hours on the beach after our training session. And he said, I want to go on the banana boat. Do you guys fancy it? And we said, yeah. No problem. So we were on this banana boat with him going up and down the west coast of Barbados. Here comes that Berry bowls, and that's a thick outside edge. He's off the back foot there. Probably should have come forward, but nevertheless he squeezed it down to third man. Comes back for 2. Felix Organ is in. He moves on to 35, 65 without loss now. Hampshire at the end of that Bess over. And almost every afternoon after that, sometimes we play, but when we had training sessions, we'd go down the beach, and he would wait for us to come on the beach so he could go on the banana boat with us.
Oh,
there you go.
It's amazing. How many had to go in the banana boat then?
I think up to about 6. I think 5.
Did you have to propel it yourself?
No, they're inflatables which you sit on in a row, and then they get pulled by a speedboat, and of course you go over the waves and that sort of thing. And of course, depending on how good people are at staying on it, the person driving the boat will either go a bit quicker or find the bigger waves, so that at some point somebody falls off.
Ah.
Yeah, so there you go.
Oh, we got those in Thailand as well.
Yeah, I thought you would do.
They're great fun, and the drivers are very adept at throwing people off.
Yeah.
Patterson bowls, and that's a defensive shot from Holland. Gets no run there. 65 and no wicket. Organ has 35, 30 to Holland. So so Nick Berry was your man for the banana boat.
Well, yeah, he just had a fun few days, I guess. With us, and we had a fun few days back. Those are the days now. All expenses paid, trips to Caribbean. How lucky is that? Now it costs an arm and leg to go.
Here's Patterson. Pitches up and is driven, but only up to mid-on, and there's no run to be had there. So making pretty good progress. Yorkshire in their second innings struggled along at 2 runs and over, didn't they, for long periods of that second innings. But here we're in the 23rd over, 65 for no wickets, so just about 3 runs and over. Runs have just been choked off a little bit in the last couple of overs, though. Patterson bowls and pushed to extra cover, no run. Fielded by Jordan Thompson. So yes, heartbeat. I'll tell you who else was in that. Was it was Mr. Derrick, who used to do Basil Brush, wasn't it? Derrick Folds.
Right.
He was the old sergeant, and it was the rascally old chap as well. He was quite funny. Bill Maynard, thank you very much. And it's that next delivery, driven back past Patterson. That's going up towards the straight boundary. It reaches the straight boundary, pops over the blue rope, and a 4 to Holland, who's determined not to let Organ get away from him, isn't he? He's back to 34 to Organ's 35 now, 69 for no wicket. They're keeping pace with each other.
Stuart Gold was the
Oh, Deutsche knows them all. Delivery from Patterson is played down backward of point. He's played against him in the Bradford League, did he say?
Yeah. Is that what you said?
Was that Derek Folds or Basil Brush, was he?
Basil Brush. He played against Basil Brush in the Bradford League.
Patterson bowls. I was going to say he's probably one of the ground staff. Yeah. So, that was, keep the wildlife down and sweep the wicket as well. Perfect. Boom, boom. 69 for naught.
Yes, Hampshire put on exactly 60 this morning, and we're coming up to an hour and 20. I don't think anybody could have quite predicted going this long without one wicket at least, because we still have cloud cover here, and generally cloud cover has meant batting has been a little perilous, although it's not low cloud cover, but it is getting slightly thicker in parts as Best bowls, it's pushing forward as an inside edge there as it goes out on the leg side, but it's another single. Hampshire move on to 70 without loss, needing another 144 to win this game. I'm still thinking about what Basil Brush would do. I mean, apart from doing what you've just said there, but I mean, how would he fit into an 11? Would he be a fast bowler? Would he be a spinner? Would he bowl a leg spin? He wouldn't, would he really? Would he block it? That's pushed into the ground, fielded at short leg. Anyway, well, make up your own mind.
Foxes are known for their craft, aren't they?
Are they?
So he'd have been a spinner of some sort. Probably a mystery spinner.
Just prodding down the wicket there, Ian Holland. He's 34 not out, having started the day on 5. Off the back foot there, plays that very late. Quite a foolish delivery, but just to see if that was going to spin out of Barker's rough, it didn't really do so. There's not a lot of bounce here for Bess. Just hoping that every now and then there might be something happening off the pitch. But it's not coming off particularly quick for him. He has to pitch it right up. Comes in and bowls again. That's a little bit of bounce, and Holland turns that away on the leg side. They may look for 2 here. He's turning. 2 it is. These are all valuable runs here for the moment. Yorkshire will just feel that they should have had a wicket or 2, and it starts to play on your mind as such. 72 without loss now, Hampshire. There's plenty of chat in front of us, isn't it? I don't know what they're talking about. It's picking it up. Field's changing. There's now going to be a deep cover. That's an interesting position. Or deep square cover, anyway. I suppose that's for the reverse sweep, should Holland pull it out, which he's tried to already. That's played out quietly on the offside.
One thing I can guarantee you they're not talking about, and that's Basil Brush playing in the Bradford League. I
went to see Basil Brush in pantomime once. It was one of the best pantomimes I've ever seen in my life. And that's not just saying it, it was brilliant. If Basil Brush is ever coming up to Yorkshire to do a pantomime, I would say go. That's a lovely little deft sweep, actually, quite deliberate from Holland, because he knows that the fielder was out there. It's great. Oh, it's hole now. There's a direct hit. Holland's home, but only just. Did Tattersall just help it onto the stumps rather than take it and break the bails with his glove? But they were just close.
Umpire Hartley wasn't moved at all, other than to come in and repair the stumps at the end of the over. Tattersall was he was quite keen on that one, wasn't he? But Holmes had to scamper through.
Yeah.
And 74 now for a wicket. Sorry about that squeaking on the line.
That's me.
JMO taking his headset off without turning his mic off.
I should have done. I know that was a bit lazy of me. Actually, the button's partly hidden. Actually, that's my only defence. That actually I've got to squeeze my finger under a TV monitor, and I couldn't be bothered to do it.
We're still on pantomime with buttons on.
Hey, boom.
Not to Cinderella now. It wasn't Cinderella, was it? Well, what sort of pantomime would he have been in, Basil? Patterson bowls to Organ, who pushes out into the offside, thinks about a single, doesn't get one. There you go.
Chris Dunn has tweeted a little earlier. Apologies, Chris. Talking about Emmerdale and pantomimes, just got sidetracked a little bit. At Solent Sport, hoping for a very quiet morning session at Scarborough. Well, you've got most of the morning quiet so far, but as I say, there's a long way to go here yet. If we have enough wickets in hand at lunch, the softer ball will make batting a lot easier in the afternoon session. That's what we've seen the last couple of days. Big day for Hampshire, and probably not too much productivity from me this afternoon, says Chris.
Patterson bowls defended by Organ, no run there. 74 for no wicket. Well, would you believe it? The Daleks have been filmed in Scarborough. So
Really?
there you go. I got a picture of it. Sean in Roundhay sent me a picture.
Oh wow!
So Daleks love Scarbados. They like solving problems.
What, just by obliterating them?
They extrapolate. I don't know how you pronounce that. That next delivery pushed into the offside, no run. Thanks very much for that, Sean.
Oh, that's a nice picture, isn't it? Sunny picture with the Daleks in the sunshine. Normally you see them with sort of very dark scenes, don't you, really, just to make them look even more terrifying than they are. They actually look like little pussycats there. Keep your Basil Brush jokes coming in, because a few of you have sent some in. Those are coming up.
We've got a tweet here from Mick Steele as well, which I'll read out after this ball. Patterson bowls and defended, pushed to the onside. He's just basically saying, played against Basil Brush in the Bradford League. It's lines like this that soften the impact of Yorkshire heading for defeat. Thank you very much for that, Mick.
Stephen James at Solent Sports says, I suspect Basil Brush will be good at the sweep shot. Boom, boom. That's right.
I've never really considered it before, but was that how Afridi got his nickname? Is it something to do with Basil Brush? Boom, boom, Afridi?
I have no idea.
Patterson bowls, Organ forward defensively, no run, and this really does look, well, quite easy for Hampshire at the moment. Things can change.
JPS at Solent Sports says, surely Basil Brush would bat with the tail. Boom,
Oh, how did we not get that one?
That's an obvious one. Paul Williams says Brush would have been the offside sweeper.
Yeah, he just sweeper on the cover boundary, I think, yeah. 74 for no wicket. Patterson bowling to Organ, who's struck somewhere high up on the thigh pad. Not too uncomfortable. Matthew Wake comes jogging back on. Just briefly slipped off, perhaps for a comfort break, perhaps to get his cap. And Will Luxton, the 12th man, makes his way off. 36 then to Organ, 38 now to Holland, who's just nudged ahead in this neck and neck run chase towards 50 each for these Hampshire batsmen. 74 for no wicket, still had no extras. So all very neat and tidy at the moment, and all going Hampshire's way.
And if you're watching the live picture feed, we were talking earlier about several of the members in the pavilion there reading and doing crosswords, whatever. There's other reading material just being shown there. Some cricket material, which of course you would be reading whilst watching this game here in Scarborough. As Best starts a new over, bowling to Ian Holland. Holland on the back foot, turns that away, fine, down the leg side. After that is Matthew Waite, will pick it up. 2 runs to Ian Holland, take Hampshire's second innings on to 76 without loss. And that means from here, Hampshire need 138. Paul Spencer, who's emailed sonandcricket@gmail.com, says Foxy Fowler, on the subject of Basil Brush, of course, referring to, I think of his name in a minute, Graham Fowler, former Lancashire and England batter, of course, made his England debut 40 years ago, apparently. Just to bring a different side to the discussion. That's pushed away by Holland for a single out on the leg side.
Is it really that long? I saw him that winter, and also the first time I ever went to Australia that winter. Bob Willis's tour, 82, 83.
Yeah.
Fowler was opening the batting.
Yeah.
Got a couple of 80s, I think, in that series.
Best to Organ this time. Just comes down the wicket a pace and plays it back to the bowler. Henry, sonandcricket@gmail.com. I don't know if Basil Brush did this, but he says that Basil Brush would be a pinch hitter. Boom, boom. Did he go around pinching people, Basil Brush? I don't remember that. Best bowls flighted and driven and with the mid-on back. That is a single. Adam Lyth out of the slip area, fielding at deepish at mid-on, and Hampshire 78 without loss here. They've made a decent start. It's going to be a long day, and depending on where this game goes in the next few hours, it'll get tenser and tenser. It's tense at the moment. Well, yeah, maybe not. I think that would be Hampshire would be more than happy if that happened, and beyond their wildest dreams as that's played into the ground and fielded at short leg.
Well, I think 78 for no wicket beyond last night's dreams.
Cool.
78 for 1, 78 for 2 they'd have taken, wouldn't they?
Yeah. It's best. Quicker. Turned away. Square on the leg side. Weight lets it go through really to the fielder and the boundary. And that will be the end of the over. Not a lot happening there for Don Bess at the moment. Hampshire 79 without loss.
Surely got to give Matthew Revis a bowl. That was he's the quickest of the Yorkshire bowlers. He's had a lot of work this summer, and he's a little bit jaded at the moment. Is the general feeling. But you would think in this circumstance, when you really do need something to happen, you need to get your quick man on to maybe hurry them up.
Yeah.
Okay, might cost you a few runs, but it would be different. But it looks as though Patterson is replacing himself with Jordan Thompson as
that's a good
Howard
move.
On the
good move,
PA
changing ends. Yeah, good move. And also I think Yorkshire have got to the point now where I think they just need to rotate the bowlers a little bit. It hasn't gone their way this first hour and a half. And just rotate the bowlers a bit. Maybe if somebody's bowling really well, keep them on. But otherwise, maybe 3 overs or so and just change it around to keep the batters not guessing so much, but don't let them settle. Because you get the feeling that they have settled.
So, Thompson from the Trafalgar Square end bowls, and Holland plays that to mid-wicket. So a 6-3 field, couple of slips, backward point, a sweeper on the cover boundary. Extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, the standard leg side field. And there's just, I don't know, the play in the middle, the Yorkshire play in the middle, and the crowd is almost of one at the moment, isn't there? There's not a lot of excitement in either. As that next delivery from Thompson outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run to be had there. Doidge going to come back in a minute. And
I've just got to disappear for 2 minutes. Andrew Cattle, who's emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com, he's a bit annoyed. He says, damn, just heard Fowler mentioned, because he came up with Shorty Basil would open the baton with Foxy Fowler. But unfortunately, Andrew, you were beaten to it. But I've still read your email out anyway.
You're going to turn me off there? You're thinking microphone's turned off. That next ball played up wide of mid-on by Holland, and no run to be had. Ben Code doing the fielding. Bowled a tidy spell this morning. There's nothing really happening for him. Whereas last night, 2 overs, you felt he might have taken wickets with 5 or 6 deliveries. Ball beating the bat, oohs and ahs. Thompson bowls, and that's cracked away down to the cover boundary. Good diving stop out there by Matthew Waite. Picks himself up, sends his throw in. The batters are back for 2. That's Holland now. I think he's going to win this race comfortably to 50. He moves on to 40. Has that moved up so far? 44. He's saying it's showing at the moment. 81 for no wicket. 37 to Felix Organ. Holland just rearranging himself, composing himself. Now he settles into his stance. Thompson bowls to him and he defends into the offside. No run there.
Thanks to Charlie Hall, old cricketing mate of mine from many years ago, sent in a photograph which I'll show you at the lunch break. It's black and white DT of Cup final winning team from the middle of the 1980s. Plenty of mullets to be had.
Oh, we like a mullet. Next ball is pushed back down the pitch. The last ball indeed of Jordan Thompson's over. So no more success so far from him, having switched ends to a Trafalgar Square end. Hampshire doing this easily at the moment. 81 for no wicket.
Sean in Roundhouse says Daleks love Scarbados.
Yeah,
Have you mentioned that one? Have you?
we mentioned that. We mentioned that one. What does extrapolate or whatever mean? I don't quite understand the relevance of him putting that on there, but
I was going to ask you.
there you go.
Extrapolate.
No, they didn't say that, did they? They say exterminate. Is it exterminate?
Yep.
Yeah, something like that. Hugh Turbeville would know. He's the editor of the Cricketer magazine and a massive Doctor Who fan.
And a huge Bond fan as well.
Is he? Yeah, he is, I think.
Very much.
Shout out to you.
We've
Good man.
exchanged Bond-related tweets in the past. So, Bess bowling with a short leg and a slip in place from this piece on Park End, right arm over the wicket in Fogan, who's well in at this stage, and drops it into the offside. There is no run. Morgan on 37, Holland on 44.
I shall leave you for a while and let JMO come back in.
Let's do that. Thanks, DT. Early lunch for the old boy. Probably off to find Wayland chips somewhere down at the local calf, no doubt. Might get somebody else to pay for it for him. Here's Bess. Over the wicket. Up there to drive now then. Organ tempted and pushes quite firmly at that. There was a little bit of check about the end of it though, and that's probably saved him, because otherwise it could have been into the hands of Stephen Patterson at mid-off. Bounced a few yards short. Bess again. This time using the crease as Don Bess so often does, wide of the crease. We talked about Mohammed Abbas doing that yesterday and finding a fair bit of joy from it. Bess also very good in his own way, in his own style of bowling, using what's available to him, which quite often this season has been not a lot of turn from pitches, but still managing to take wickets. He's not done so yet in this innings, and he's been patted back once again. JMO's back with us. We're feeling pretty comfortable about life at the moment with his team 81 without loss.
Well, it's been a good start, hasn't it, really? I mean, you know, for me, Hampshire are only at base camp.
Here comes Bess again, past umpire Malinder, floats this one up. Can't tempt Horgan into doing something rash though, drops it into the leg side, end of the over then. So he's still 37, 28 complete in this Hampshire second innings. They're 81 without loss.
Trying to eke out some more Basil Brush jokes here. Andrew Cattle, who was disappointed that Graham Fowler was mentioned before his email came, but he says Basil could play football and cricket. He would be the fox in the box if it was football. Okay.
Is he Paul Brush's brother? Used to play a bit, didn't he, for West Ham, was it? Paul Brush?
Paul Brush, did he? I'll take your word for it. What was his name again? Paul Brush.
I think it was West Ham. I've got it in mind. He was in and around that team that played in the 1980 FA Cup final.
Yeah, you're right. That's driven away by Ian Holland. Start of a new over from Jordan Thompson. That'll be a single, 82 without loss. Former professional was Paul Brush, and coach who played in the Football League for West Ham United, Crystal Palace and Southend United. Yes,
yeah. He was an unused substitute in the 1980 FA Cup final.
Okay. I like that from you.
So he was in and around, but just didn't get on.
Yeah, so his career was sort of late 70s and into the 80s. Yeah.
Yes.
Was it you? I can't remember. I can't remember.
You, yeah.
I think I'm not sure he had a nibble at that, but it was a nice carry through to the keeper. It's Felix Organ on strike. Just having a look at the replay on I think he did actually initially. Yeah, nice shape from Thompson as that went past the bat. Cloud still high, it's still there, but I think maybe it's thinning out a fraction. Makes such a difference. As Thompson comes in, right arm over and bowls, Organ works that away to mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder. So what have we got? We've got 25 minutes until lunch on day 4. Hampshire starting 9 without loss, 82 without loss. Had much the better of the morning session in terms of we're going to get a result here one way or another, that is for sure. I don't think anybody's in doubt about that, but Hampshire have whittled that 214 total from last night down to 132 more needed. It's getting to a point now where Yorkshire need to take, if they take one, they need to take sort of a cluster of wickets now, don't they? That can still happen. As Thompson comes in again, 2 slips. There was 4 this morning. Organ pushes that out into the covers, and there's no run.
Lily says Yorkshire need a wicket before lunch, otherwise Hampshire will win easily. If that's the case, Lily, it'll cost you more because DT will probably need extra cake just to mitigate the sorrow and frustration that he'll feel. And talking of taking your bat home, there was a Yorkshire supporter who just did that. Got off the front row at the end of the last over and took his Panama and his bat and disappeared off out of the ground.
Really? Wow. Outside the off stump. That's good carry from a length. Tattersall just mimicking the fact that that ball has really flown through to him around about chest height. Rob Barnes, soncricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks for the cracking coverage. If Hampshire win this game and a few others, well, there's only a couple after this, 3 after this. Would that give us Hampshire most wins without winning the county championship under the present format? Well, at the moment, Hampshire won the most games in the division, even though they're second. They've won 7 to Surrey's 6. Here's Thompson short. Organ just pulls his body inside the line as it goes through to Tattersall. End of the over, 82 without loss, Hampshire, with Felix Organ on 37. And ahead of that, Ian Holland with 45.
And Dan Grantham says, re Emmerdale spotting. Great coverage as always, chaps. Enjoying what's bubbling up to be a potentially thrilling finish. On the subject of spotting Emmerdale characters, I once saw Mandy Dingle throw a 180 in the 147 club in Pudsey a few years back. Quite the tungsten princess. I believe she has once represented Yorkshire ladies too on the hockey. Thanks, Dan. And Nick Briggs says, Jonathan, Yorkshire are inexorably heading for a heavy defeat today. I'm afraid it's the case of men versus boys. Hampshire have got a strong batch of home players, bolstered by 2 top-class overseas bowlers in Abbott and Abbas. With all the England call-ups, we really need to sign at least a couple of experienced players and engage our full quota of 2 overseas players to ensure we're competing on a level playing field. Holland plays Bess's first delivery to the leg side. No run.
Well, you've got Gabriel, haven't you? Have you still got him?
No, no, he's not here, is he now?
All right.
He was here for 3 matches. He may come back in September. That was that was based on, I think, performance in his first 3 as to whether he was offered another deal or not. So not aware of what's going on with that sitch at the moment, as Ian Holland plays a reverse sweep for 2. Dan Grantham also says locally based soaps in Scarborough. Fascinating listening, chaps, and enjoying a trip down soap memory lane. Does anyone recall the crazy episode of Brookside where Jimmy Corkill took his family to Scarbados and jumped into the Peace Home Park battleship display? What an episode, he says. Best to Holland again. He was working that one backward of square on the leg side. Matthew Wakefields, but can't prevent the one. He goes on. They also filmed then Corkill's going to Small Fry, which for my money is still the best chippy in Scarborough.
Fantastic, love that.
Thanks, Dan. And Bess coming in again, bowling this time to Organ, floats it up. Organ charges him and misses, and so too vitally does Jonathan Tattersall. Beat everything and agonisingly bobbles over the rope for 4 buys, was it signalled? I was looking at the screen. Yeah, it might have been an inside edge. Might have been an inside edge, so fair dues to Johnny Tat if it was, because that would have been a miraculous piece of keeping to get his mitts on that.
Well, that's bounced out the rough and turned, isn't it, really? I mean, that's beaten absolutely everything. I don't think you can blame Tattersall at all. Organ nowhere near to the pitch of that.
So 89 without loss. Organ on 37 and on strike, and dropping this one at the feet of Frayne under the lid, no run. Andy Fox in Cambridge says, can I please ask you to plead on my behalf to the hierarchy of Yorkshire County Cricket Club for a return of proper cable knit sweaters for next season with the classic Oxford Cambridge blue and gold colours. What do Boycott and Bird make of these flimsy polyester shiny surrogate tops that have been around since the noughties? As Organ props forward, and that one's in the air for a moment towards Frayne, but drops safely. 89 without loss. He goes on if Middlesex, Surrey, Kent, Somerset and selectively Gloucestershire and Northants, as well as all the test playing nations, can don these things of beauty, then come on Yorkshire, get your fingers out, and knitting needles even. Well, you've got an ally in me there, without question, Andy, because I still love a proper cricket sweater.
Yeah, I mean... Well, that's right. You'll either have a view of it that is either good or bad, isn't it? Really, at the end of the day, they're wearing white, aren't they? But yeah, I think we all get that. It just looked as though in that over that the rough is suddenly coming into play there. Coupled, maybe Bess has just found the angle on the crease to bowl to bring that Barker rough outside the off stump into play a little bit more. Looked a little bit more dangerous in that over, did Bess, as that's cut away in the air over the top of second slip. Hampshire just living a little dangerously here in these last over or so. But that is a 50 up for Ian Holland. He moves on to 52. Might have been the best shot he's played in this innings, but I think there might have been a slight deliberate uppercut in that as well. But so 52 off 92 deliveries.
I think it was a definite uppercut. I think he executed it pretty well, to be fair. Just a little bit of width from Jordan Thompson, a bit short of length. And it's another one that's gone early in the over.
Third half century of the season for Ian Holland. He's got a couple of 40s in there as well. Top score recently of 99 a couple of games ago against Warwickshire. So Hampshire move on to 93 without loss. My word, they would not have been expecting to be in this situation, as that's played quietly back to Thompson and there's no run. I'm loving all the Northern soap stories, aren't they? They're great fun. Keep those coming in. Also keep the Basil Brush jokes coming in. We're just about gone through on them all, I think. We're sort of scraping the barrel a fraction. Steve France, solentcricket@gmail.com, says on Basil Brush, as a batter and being a puppet, would he not keep gloving one to the keeper? Says Steve France. Thank you very much. Here's Thompson. Bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone.
And if he did, the umpire might have his finger up. Gary Longhorn says, oh no, it's cloudy, there's nowhere we'll be playing at 6:15. KJ is now also killing jokes. I might do a Joy Division JD, but people would call me bitter.
Brian Collins, solentcricket@gmail.com, he says, as per usual, enjoying the commentary and the live stream. When is the next live stream from the Aegeus Bowl, please? Well, it'll be the 50 over competition, which is next week. That is deliberate uppercut down to third man. Now, is there somebody there? No. So that is 6. That was deliberate. Bouncer there from Thompson. I can't quite see the third man area because our view is blocked. So the only worry was, from a Hampshire point of view, was there anybody there? But it went for 6 anyway. Good shot, Ian Holland. He moves on to 58, and Hampshire are now 99 without loss, having started the day 9 without loss. They've hit 90 runs with just 15 minutes to go until lunch, and they now have whittled that total down to 116 needed. Still have 10 wickets in hand. Another Basil Brush line here from Brian Collins says, surely Basil Brush will be a tail ender. Thank you. Length ball pushed out in the offside by Ian Holland. 56 off 96 balls for Ian Holland, 37 off 89 for Felix Organ.
He'd need a specially adapted helmet though, wouldn't he?
Gone.
What, for his head shape? What I'm talking about.
He would, wouldn't he? Yes, that's true. Don't know if there's any manufacturers out there that would just do a one-off like that. I suppose they would, actually. Thompson from the Trafalgar Square end comes in again. Bowls to Ian Holland. Holland forward. And that's gone out into the covers. Thompson looks a little bit dejected. And I think most people would, because it hasn't been the start to the morning that Yorkshire would have hoped for. Conversely, I think it's been the start to the morning that Hampshire could only have dreamed of. 97 without loss.
Francis Klanowski, good afternoon to you. He says, thanks for Matthew Fisher yesterday. I wanted to say how much I enjoyed the chat with Matthew Fisher, especially all those insights into life in the dressing room. Maybe this could be a new feature for your commentary games. If Test Match Special can have view from the boundary, you could have view from the dressing room. Mind you, I can see Christmas Day being ruined in households around the county, with your listeners desperate to try out some of those dressing room games with unsuspecting family members. More to come in a moment, because Bess is coming into bowl here, and he's doing so to Organ, who's dropping into the offside and thinks about a single, but sent back by Holland. I can picture it now, he said. Dinner's eaten, turkey leftovers cooling on the worktop, pots in the dishwasher, and all the family in their paper hats sitting around the living room or the drawing room, depending where you live. Then your listener announces, I'll tell you what, forget Monopoly, I've got a brilliant new game to try. It's called Would You Rather. Bess in and swept here by Organ, and that's a lovely shot for 4 into the nets down at the west stand side of the ground. 100 up for Hampshire, untroubled largely, 103 without loss, and Organ on to 41, 58 to Holland. He says, on a serious note though, thanks always for the comms. Scarborough's the only ground I know where whenever I listen to the commentary, interspersed with the occasional gulls, it makes me wish I was there in person. It's our pleasure. Bess is in again, and that's wide of off stump, and just covering that with the back leg was Organ, dot ball. And there you go. You've got the crowd outside having a chat. That bit of background noise, not too much gull action just at this moment in time. Bess is in, and Organ pushes out into the offside where Thompson fields, and they get a single. And Hampshire very much hoping that they won't hear much in the way of gull action, which tends to be in the final session, because they're well on their way to finishing this one before that point, with still 12 minutes of play to go before lunch. Bess over the wicket. Oh, definite turnabout this one. That really did grip and turn sharply on Holland, who managed to do enough to keep it out. When I look at it again, yeah, straight into the footmarks, and pretty big turn by the standards of Don Bess. Here he is again, reverse sweep attempted, and that's more successful than some we've seen, and in fact it's going to bring him a boundary. Excellent shot by Ian Holland, who moves on to 62 as a result, and 108 without loss. Hampshire needing 115. No, they needed 214 in the first place, 106 to win. Past halfway, JMO.
Yes, I think I can almost hear some Hampshire supporters and fans starting to breathe out a little. Maybe not quite the stress-free morning that it might have been, but still over 100 to get. You never know, a wicket or two will change the momentum, but the momentum at the moment with Hampshire. Got an email here from Mike Williams, solarcricket@gmail.com. I think he's suggesting that an opener for Basil Brush, and he says Joe Denley. Basil Brush and Joe Denley, there you go. Thank you. I can't believe there's any more Basil Brush jokes out there, but I'm sure somebody has one. solarcricket@gmail.com, @solarsports.
Would he not have opened with Foxy Fowler?
Yeah, we had that one.
Okay.
Yeah. We've got a new bowler. Who have we got on at the moment? Because that's tucked away down to fine leg, and that is 4 runs. Revis it is, the right-arm seamer. Just bowling a little too leg-side-ish there. And that's put away by Felix Organ, who moves on to 46, 112 without loss. Hampshire need another 102. You just feel out there that the Yorkshire fielders will feel that have we missed the boat here? Things haven't really happened for them. But as Revis bowls, it's full on leg stump, turned away wide of mid-on for a single. Organ moves on to 47, 114 without loss. It was all about how you started the morning, really, and I just think Jordan Thompson didn't quite set the tone a little bit, and batting just looked a little easier in the first 15-20 minutes than perhaps everybody was expecting. I'm just wondering that even that didn't sort of really help when you're looking for a tight, intense session. It's never really been there. But all credit to the two batters out there in the middle. They've set the tone. Hampshire have played this session the way they wanted to. As Revis comes in from that far end, left alone at the last minute by Ian Holland. Yeah, it'll be quite deflating out there from a Yorkshire point of view. Thomas Henwood has tweeted at Solent Sport, and this will be for the camera guys, because he says, whoever's been doing the live stream camera work at Scarborough has done a brilliant job, really good, and conveys the atmosphere. Well done. So the guys are listening, and I'm sure they'll be very pleased to hear that. They have been quite brilliant, actually.
Already a tray of fish and chips down beneath us. A couple of people taking an early lunch. Tomato ketchup there. You a ketchup man, Kev?
More brown sauce. Length ball to Holland, pushes that out into the covers, and there's no run. Surrey are 39 without loss against Warwickshire. Warwickshire lost those last 6 wickets for just 40 runs this morning in their second innings. Surrey need another 209 to win that one. Looks like Surrey are on their way to another win there. Keep them top of the division. I think for the championship overall, whether you are a Yorkshire fan, neutral or whatever, you need a county to stay in touch with Surrey. Otherwise, September won't be particularly interesting. That's pushed away on the onside. So whether you want Hampshire to win this game or not, and as I say, and I'll keep emphasising, there's still a long way to go. I think for the interests of the county championship, somebody, Lancashire, I include that as well. So a couple of counties maybe need to keep in touch, otherwise it's going to be a one-horse race. In that game, Kent against Lancashire. Kent need 286 to win. They are 26 for 3 in trouble. There's a bit of bounce there, and Organ just pushes at that, gets it high on the bat. It does go in the air for a short while, but there was no pace in the shot anyway. It goes out on the leg side. End of the over, 114 without loss.
Well, Yorkshire, of course, will go to the Oval and win in September. That's part of the plan, I believe. So that'll help the Hampshire cause. Yorkshire finish off with Lancashire away, Essex at home, Surrey away. Not necessarily in this order. Definitely the last match of the season is Gloucestershire at Headingley. Ending the season with matches against Gloucestershire. Here is Bess. And a little paddle around the corner played by Holland will bring him a single. Matthew Waite round to do the fielding. 64 to Holland, 115 without loss. So less than 100 to win now for Hampshire, and they have 10 wickets on their side. And if 150, 160 wasn't considered sufficient yesterday, then there must be overwhelming favourites to now win this one. 99 and still 10 wickets in hand. A nice sweep shot played down to Ben Code, who's on the west stand boundary. That was Felix Organ, moves on to 48 and 116 without loss. Hugh Turbeville says it is exterminate. It looks a bit like the Dalek Emperor in the Patrick Troughton classic Evil of the Daleks from 1967. Thanks, Hugh. We see Holland dropping that one at the feet of Will Frame, and there's no run. That was with reference to our earlier tweet. Bess in again, that familiar skip. Comes in, throws that one up wide of off stump. There's a bit of turn past the inside edge. Tattersall just whips off the bails, but there was no removal of foot from crease by Ian Holland. Ringfield. Just that one sweeper out at mid-wicket who may come into play here. He does. Ben Code from a flick off the legs by Holland that takes him with a single there to 65 and the total to 117 without loss.
Who would have saw this coming, Doige, this morning at 11 o'clock? 9 without loss. Who would have thought Hampshire would be in this situation?
It sort of feels not quite easy as you like, but much more comfortable than I think any of us had thought it might be. Best throws one up a little bit quicker and wide of off stump, and that's the end of the over. Dot ball, 117 without loss. Ken Parsons says, as there's no chance of defending the runs, do you not think that after lunch there should be a far more attacking field to put pressure on the batters? Get plenty around the bat and go for the win. Well, nothing to lose in that respect.
No, I suppose it depends on how it looks then, doesn't it, really? You don't, I mean, if Hampshire are to keep going the way they are, to suddenly find themselves scoring 6 or 7 and over, I don't think everybody will be leaving here too happy. I think you've still got to try and keep it tight, but also maintain a balance. Revis from that Trafalgar Square end, bowling to Ian Holland. Length ball, Holland punching that up to mid-off, and there's no run. Got an email here from an Andy Fox who actually said, "Note my surname." Yes, I did. It was the first thing I noticed, actually, because obviously what we've been talking about this morning. As per my previous email to Doige, one for your cable knit sweaters, because we were talking about that one. Doige was talking about that with DT, I think, a little earlier. Sent me a picture. I think it's a young Gordon Greenidge in a Hampshire cable knit sweater. That's turned away by Ian Holland, backward a square on the leg side. It's gone away to our left. That'll be 2 runs. 119 without loss, and one of the pictures actually has Hampshire seniors embroidered on the front. Oh, well, I don't think I've got one of those, although I'll probably qualify for one now, but certainly that cable knit sweater, I think I've got a few of those in the loft. Gathering dust. I think they're a little bit more creamier than they were when I wore them now. Oh, he's got an inside edge there, Ian Holland, trying to force that away on the offside. Bat a little bit away from the body. Tattersall runs round and throws the ball at the stumps. Bottom edge goes down towards fine leg. A little bit lucky there. Hampshire need to keep their composure because this will probably be the last over before lunch. They've done a terrific job. Need to keep that going for these 3 deliveries. 120 without loss. And Hampshire from here need another 94. They'll be disappointed down at the Oval looking at this. Short delivery. Organ ducks underneath. Sorry.
If you got more.
I just got another email, yeah. Rob Barnes, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, hi Kev. Of course, Basil Brush would like to bat with the former Hampshire batter, Shahid Afridi. Boom, boom. Yeah, we got that. We've had 1 or 2 of those. I thought I'd read it out anyway. So any email that you want to send in that mentions boom, boom, we've done it, been there, got the T-shirt, got the cable knit sweater, and we'll move up. That's pushed out square on the offside, and that'll be a single for Organ, who moves on to 49. Is he going to be 49 not out at lunch, or is he going to somehow find himself on strike and a chance of a half century? Ian Holland's already there. He's 68, 121 without loss.
Sean in Rounder says the first butt of Basil Brush's jokes was Mr. Rod, played by Rodney Bewes of Likely Lads fame.
Yes, I remember. Legs ball just gets turned around there a little bit, Ian Holland, as that goes out into the covers. Are we going to get one more over? Oh, no, they are walking off in the direction of the pavilion. That is lunch. The 2-hour session completed with Hampshire starting at 9 without loss, facing a tricky chase of another 205. It was 214 at the start of their second innings last night, where they had 3 very tricky overs, but they've come through unscathed. 121 without loss. Organ is 49. Ian Holland is 68. And from here, Hampshire need another 93.
Yep, from JMO, from yours truly, and from DT, we shall say bye for now. We'll pick up the microphone again, of course, when they walk out for the afternoon session.
France athletes then nestled in fourth from Division 2. They almost show left from 190 in their second innings. And Stars again, got a half century and a century in the match, and then picked up career best bowling of 5 for 40. Worcestershire all out for 190. So Derbyshire, and that's with them being Durham, Middlesex, done a wicket second innings, lead by just 2 runs, and a match which is on its third day, but already in innings of the match is the game between Nottingham and Sussex, and the target set for Sussex 399. Nottinghamshire all down for 301. Sussex 66 for 2. 6:50 when the T-Trent Bent International comes from Cardiff tonight. Bristol over to Cardiff, the team go at 6:15. This is later on the important sports. Talking of international, women's cricket, prominent role across Alex Hart. And looking into the prospects of games, along with all sorts of things, as they tend to do, podcast calls.
Are 121 without loss in their second innings, and they now need another 93 runs to win this. They couldn't do better with them resuming on 9 loss at that stage, needing another.
Yeah, looking bleak for Yorkshire as things stand at the moment. They've gone wicketless throughout the morning. Cloud cover, we thought they might do some serious damage. Hampshire resumed on 9 without loss, and at the break are 121 without loss. Felix Organ not out 49, not out 68. The Yorkshire bowlers have toiled out there without creating any really serious opportunities. Hampshire the favourites.
Stephen Patterson leading out Yorkshire.
Welcome back from North Marine Road in Scarborough, where players are taking the field for what should be the final session of this one, with Hampshire now very warm favourites to win it, 121 without loss after 35 overs of their second innings. Felix Organ has faced 100 deliveries for 49 out, in Holland 110 for 68 not out. Yorkshire, well, they strived and maybe tried too hard at times in that first session to create something. Ben Code 7 overs for 17, Jordan Thompson 8 overs for 34, Matthew Wade 3 over 8, Stephen Patterson 6 overs for 18, Best 9 overs for 30, and Matthew Revis 2 overs for 10 is the way that the bowling figures look at the moment. And out of those 30 overs, just the 6 of them have been maidens, which I think tells you a little bit of something about how they bowled this morning. Hampshire, as I say, 121 without needing 3 further runs to win. Jonathan Doyle with you for the next hour, and for the first half hour of that, David Townsend is alongside.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. And as you say, it's that situation where you think that there should be a cakewalk for Hampshire from this position. But, well, many things have happened. A couple of wickets, a bit of a panic, but even if it did, you think Hampshire have got enough in the locker to get the 93 runs they require, with these two having done such a fine job. It's going to be Dominic Bess starting, so he's home up Park End bowls, and back across his stumps defending goes Felix Organ. He's got 49, 68 to Ian Holland. They sort of kept pace with each other, didn't they, up to about 40, and then Holland bowled away. Next delivery, he's just played on the bounce down to short leg, and there's no run to be had there. So a slip and a short leg are the close fielders, 3 saving 1 on the off, 3 saving 1 on the on, and a guy out in the distance down there in front of what, for reasons only known to himself, David Bracegirdle calls the Ken Dodd stand, which is due to be updated or something, you were telling me earlier, Georgie.
Yes, well, they're planning to do that.
Bess off spinner to the right-hander bowls, and that's swept away past the short fine leg and down to the boundary, as you can hear from the applause. So pick that one up, and the extra applause is for the half century for Organ. He moves on to 53. Very good morning's work for these two Hampshire batsmen.
Yeah, and on the front of the upgrade, of course, they're going to need some cricket here to play to be able to do that.
Best bowls and defended back down the pitch. And Best does a very, very impressive little bit of footwork there, but again, it was grumpy footwork, isn't it? He wears his heart on his sleeve, as Don Best, and he knows this game's slipping away from Yorkshire with only 89 further runs required, but flicked it up, left foot, right foot into his hand. Next delivery is on the stumps, turned into the onside, fielded by Jordan Thompson. That's the end of the first over after lunch. So you probably heard Howard's tones in the over the PA there. 104 deliveries, did he say, and 8 fours for that half century for Felix Organ. 125 for no wicket. So what's going to happen down there? Obviously, if they get the cricket to.
There was. Kev's got it over to his left. Actually, he might pass it our way. There is a pamphlet with some details in of what they're planning to do, but first of all, need to make it watertight. I think it's quite porous, is the seating area, as Ben Code comes into bowl to Ian Holland, who drops it out into the offside. and there's no run. There were talk of not only doing that, but then having a Hall of Fame type of thing in there. It's one of the great performances and great players who've played here over the years. And also, I think where the brick wall is that faces us, that's painted in a sort of duck egg blue, called turquoise, that I think looking at opening that up into bar areas where you might be able to stand and have a pint and watch some play by the sound of it. Code in, that's dropped into the offside by Holland, no run, but it all relies, of course, on what we're seeing now on cricket being played here. And if there is talk of all these changes again for next year, and if there is a reduction in home matches for each county, then you would have to be concerned about the future, wouldn't you? Because Headingley will have, as it does, the predominant percentage of those matches. If there are only 4 or 5 home games, DT, for Yorkshire. It's codes in, and that's a little bit wide and flat bat by Holland into the covers. Jordan Thompson fields, no run.
I don't think they're talking about going below 5 games at home, are they? Or 10 games in the Championship.
But where would Scarborough sit within those plans? Because Headingley has 5 home games already, and Scarborough has 2.
Well, I would suggest that Headingley just has 3 home games and Scarborough has 2.
Well, you might suggest that, but that's not the county's,
What, you mean they wouldn't listen to me?
Decision. Code in, and Holland pushed out into the offside, no run. So there's got to be some concern when those types of things are mentioned, and we would hate not to see first-class cricket being played on this fantastic
Again,
venue.
yes, of course we would. And again, it's just another aspect of this nonsense about reducing the first-class number of first-class matches again, isn't it? I mean, always reducing.
Go down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end, and a big waft this time. That's a rare waft from either player that we've seen all day. They've been very controlled out there, but Ben Code hanging that one outside off stump. And Ian Holland just getting a few words in the shell-like from Felix Organ. Just keep your head on, pal. We'll get these on our own if we're patient.
Yeah, I mean, in my lifetime, and I know that's a very long time, first-class matches have been reduced from 28, 24, 22, 18, 17. It just keeps going.
Code in, that's pushed back up the pitch by Holland. End of the over, no run. 125 without loss. Holland 68, Organ 53.
In fact, there was never 18. Well, it was 28, 24, 22, 17. That's when all 18 counties played each other once, and then down to 16, two divisions of 9. Now 14, which doesn't make a lot of sense to anybody.
There's 17 3-day games.
17 4-day, no, 17 4-day games. Yeah. Before that, there were 22
3-day games.
No. There were 17 3-day games.
If I keep guessing, I'll get it right.
Yeah, there were 6 4-day games, and then Durham came in, didn't they? And then it went to, it was mostly 3-day. Then it went to 4-day. And I don't know. We just want to see a decent amount of first-class cricket, or red ball cricket. I wouldn't mind if they started playing a few 3-day games again. That would be my way of sorting it out. Everybody has a different opinion of what they would do. Don Best trying to get his field right, so you're not missing any cricket. He's got 4 saving 1 on the leg side and a man out as he bowls, and back goes all defends, and there is no run.
What do you do? 3 days and limit it to 100 overs an innings?
A little bit like they used to play the old Championship. Next delivery from Bess is crashed. Gave himself plenty of room, stepped right back in his crease. Didn't really time it. Patterson's after it.
Matthew Wade.
In fact, Matthew Wade, didn't know. I don't know who'd be more offended by me thinking that was Patterson.
If Pato was that quick, he would definitely be going in for a test after the game today.
127 for naught. Next ball is watchfully across his stumps by Organ. He's got 55, closing the gap on Holland again on 68. Start of this afternoon's session. I think basically Bessie's job is just to keep it tight at this end at the moment and hope that Coe can do something at the other end. Back across his stumps, plays it into the offside. No run. Now what I'd do, I'd have 8 4-day games, 2 divisions of 9, 8 4-day games, and 8 3-day games played alongside the 100 in August. That would be my way of doing things. Next delivery, over-pitched, he just tossed it up, tempted him, he accepted the bait, and struck that past Matthew Waite out to the seats, and a little lad in his cardigan. I got the ball, Dad, I threw it back. Oh, look at him, he's running around, he's as pleased as punch there. Gone and sat back down next to the big person who bought him. So he said, oh, Dad, oh, you remember that? That's one of the beauties of these grounds as well. You know, not only do you get to play on it out there at lunchtimes and tea time. Bess bowls and defensively across his stumps, Organ.
And Dad went, sorry, son. Oh.
No, Dad's getting up now. Oh, well, he's taking both of them, isn't he? The little lad's got an even littler sister by the look of things. Oh, Dad, I fielded that ball. What about some ice creams? Maybe they go, no, you fielded the ball now, son, come on, let's go. Oh, Dad, can't we see a bit more? Oh, dear. 131 for no wicket at the end of that over. 59 to Organ and 68 to Holland. Now, we're going to keep the 100. No, we can't get rid of the 100 for a while, and I don't think they'll want to get rid of it anyway. Then you've got to play something significant alongside it, I think.
Here's Ben Coe down the hill, straying down the leg side too. Holland misses a flick at the ball.
If you allowed 6 weeks for the 100, which is probably what it will be, and during that 6 weeks period you played 8 3-day games, that would please both sets of fans, because you've got your younger fans predominantly enjoying the 100, and you've got your older fans predominantly enjoying 3-ball cricket and enjoying this sort of cricket and enjoying the whole ambience of it.
Go to Holland, this time driving through extra cover. Jordan Thompson misses with a dive. Stephen Patterson is the man chasing it this time, and pleased to say he won't need a test at the speed he's going for this one.
Sure that wasn't Matthew Waite.
3 to Holland. And so 74, I think it'll... Oh no, they've put it on already. Lightning fast. John Potter and Co in the press box next to us doing the scoring. 71 to Holland, 134 now without loss. Hampshire.
80 to win. So, yeah, that'd be my way of doing it. You'd be able to fit that comfortably into the calendar. You wouldn't have any more scheduling problems. And everybody be happy.
Code in, down the leg side, and Organ misses a flick.
So the first couple of months of the season, Doidge, you'd probably have about 6 rounds of 4-day cricket and some 50-over cricket. You know, your whatever group games are that. Then you'd have 4 weeks for next month would be your blast, and then when the 100 came into play, those 6 weeks, you'd have your little 3-day competition going on, and you'd end the season up with finishing off the county championship.
Code to Organ, who plays this one a little gingerly, just having to adjust his body with a little bit of kick off the pitch, round about leg stump, and he's dropped it behind him on the leg side for a single. Plenty have left the family stand, haven't they now, or not returned since lunch to this area at least. They may have gone to other parts of the ground, but it's not like they're trying to find a bit of sun that's on one side and not the other, because it's been cloudy throughout day 4. A bit of a grey day if you're a Yorkshire supporter so far. 135 without loss, Hampshire. Holland on strike, and he's gone. He's just got an outside edge to one to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's taken a very comfortable catch, although wrings his hands having done so at first slip. And so it's not going to be a 10-wicket win, because Hampshire 135 for 1, and Ian Holland caught Kohler-Cadmore bowled code for 71.
Excellent job he's done, hasn't he, for Hampshire. They would have taken that last night. Really fine opening job to get that get the target down under 80 by the time you depart. 79 further runs required for Holland. He's got good applause from the Yorkshire fans as he makes his way off. He's not pleased. It was a poor shot. It was one of those shots really that you see the coaches doing, giving catching practice early in the day before play starts. But he's gone. Weatherly on his way out. At number 3, the goals are getting exciting. They're having a natter as they circle around there, no doubt looking for a few crusts for later. And it's 135 for 1. Another quick wicket here. Or 2. Might just create a little bit of unease in the Hampshire dressing room. No more than that until 5 wickets are down for sure.
Yep, so Joe Weatherly taking his guard. Yorkshire finally found an in, but it's a long way in to the final day. And Hampshire needs 79 more. That's all to win it. 71 deliveries, 71 runs, 119 deliveries. The tally for Ian Hall, Nick Gubbins, James Vince, Liam, Ben Brown, Keith James Fuller, Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas. Ifri Ben Kodo bowling here. Weatherly, who plays it out into the side. The final ball of that 39th over of the Hampshire second innings. And it was a dot. And they're 135 for 1.
So success for Code. Probably not the way he would have anticipated it, with batsman almost giving his wicket away there. Holland will be disappointed with that shot that he got out to. David Collicott's been in touch from LA, as he usually waking up around this time over there on the west coast. He's saying, at what point do we start the rain dance? Well, I don't think there's much chance of rain today, David. I think it's going to stay fine if cloudy for most of the day. Liz, hi DT, have you just eaten a vanilla slice? I saw you. Well, you know I've just eaten it then, Lily, don't you? So very nice, and I'm sure the others have theirs later as well.
Welcome back, listeners, from 5 Sports Extra.
Don Bass starts it over and pushed firmly to short leg, no run.
With the news that Hampshire have lost their first second innings wicket. Ian Holland caught Tom Calder-Cadmore at first slip off Ben Code for 71 just a few balls ago.
This next one tossed up and swung out to deep mid-wicket by Felix Organ. Shouts of catch it, but was never going to carry out there to Matthew Revis on the boundary in front of the west stand. That would have been not exactly a disaster for Hampshire, but it would have been a little worrying to lose both openers in the space of a couple of overs after they'd done such a fine job. Joe Weatherly then taking guard to the off spinner, who bowls a quicker delivery. Weatherly just allows that one to pass outside the off stump, but it turned and it probably would have clipped the top of 5th stump, something like that. Came back in, just a little flutter perhaps in the heart of Weatherly. Got a slip and a short leg go down as Best bowls to him, he pushes that into the offside. No run.
David Collicott says, at what point do we start doing a rain dance in Scarborough? About 2 hours ago.
Well, saying there's going to be no rain today, David. His next ball is tossed up and pushed into the offside. No run there. He's out on the west coast of LA, isn't he?
The Indonesian lady who was serving at breakfast this morning, with a slightly Scarborough accent now, she's been here so long, said that there was a threat of a shower around about 3.
Next ball from Best does turns slowly though, and no problem Weatherly defending that. Yeah, I saw that earlier in the week, but that seemed to have gone today. The Met Office thinks there's less than a 10% chance of rain at any time today. But if it is I'm sure it'll only be a shower. It'll just delay JMO's drive home a bit, which will be good for the banter, if nothing else.
You keep saying JMO's drive home. Forget ye not that I'm also heading down to Goodwood.
Yeah, but that's
so it's the same drive for me.
Yeah, but
Thank you very much. While you're scoffing at him,
that's your choice, isn't it? Whereas JMO's going to his home. You've chosen to go down there and chosen to go down there and be glorious at Goodwood for a couple of days.
Ben Code coming in from the Trafalgar Square end, and that's tucked into the leg side by Organ. There's no run. Mighty Mariners this afternoon all looks like defeat for Yorkshire. And asks if I'm going to Northumberland on Sunday. My response to that, Mighty Mariners, would be that is the plan, although there won't be full commentary on that. There would be just a few updates during the afternoon into Radio Leeds.
Bit of practice.
You need broadcast facilities to be able to do commentary, and as far as I'm aware, I'm not sure, but as far as I'm aware, nobody's told me that South Northumberland Cricket Club has it. Code is in, it's wide of off stump, and Felix Organ shoulders arms.
That's one of those daft names, isn't it? South Northumberland.
Mm.
Well, how do you? That's just Umberland, basically, then, isn't it?
When I saw it on paper, I kind of had this impression it might be south of Newcastle, which therefore for me would be a little bit shorter of drive, but apparently it's north side, Gosforth area, which is where the racecourse is, so it'll take longer.
South north, yeah.
When you've been to Goodwood the day before.
Ben Code bowls, and that's eased away down wide of the sweeper down there. He's gone all the way. Pretty well timed by Weatherly. He gets 4 runs for that, and I've nicked your commentary over.
Yep. But you are always
in
one
fact,
to muscle
no, it was Organ who played the shot as well, so I'll let you do the rest of the over.
You sure? Is that okay with you?
You're getting the listeners feeling sorry for you for going all over the country watching high-class sport and getting paid.
And rest in peace, Bernard Cribbins, who he's just come through. He's passed as Ben Code is in, and that's pushed back by Felix Organ to the bowler. Bernard Cribbins in that brilliant Hotel Inspector's episode of Fawlty Towers back in the day, and yeah. I think did he used to do things like the good old days? I think he did, probably. And I was reciting earlier that I think he did the communal singing at Wembley for the Rugby League Challenge Cup final, being a Lancastrian.
He'd been a good age, wouldn't he?
Yeah, not sure how old. It was in all sorts of stuff as well, kids' programmes, I seem to recall. When I was younger, pantomime, doubtless. Short ball from Code, which is just eased on its way out to Revis, who's coming in off the west stand boundary rope at deep backward point. They get a single, 141 for 1. Ken Parsons says, again I say, get some more men round the bat, create pressure, entertain the people who are left, and don't have them watch a slow death. Have a win, one way or another.
You can, of course, overdo that, Ken, but...
Pato's just given us a thumbs up there, Ken, from out in the distance. And Code coming into bowl to Weatherly, pushes that out to Jordan Thompson, who merely has to bend down to pick it up. It's the end of another over in which Yorkshire didn't take a wicket. 141 for 1, 66 to Organ, yet to score is Weatherly. And get in touch on Jonathan Doidge at DO_cricket at Solent Sport or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com.
And I know we usually say this at the end of the game, but the contact with people listening and watching has been fantastic during this game. Thanks for all your emails and your tweets. And for those of you who haven't emailed or tweeted yet, why not? We do usually read them out, so let us know your views. Bess, off spinner, slip and short leg as he bowls, and he's just getting a little bit of something out of the pitch. It's very, very slow, but the turn is there. The went out and had a look at the pitch at lunchtime, and as we were saying earlier, very, very dry out there. Bess tosses up this time, and that's turned nicely, but straight to mid-wicket. by Weatherly, who's still not off the mark. And there is a rather large brown footmark, which could be just about where Bess is aiming for if he tosses it up outside the off stump. That would have been caused by the left armour, Keith Barker. Next ball is played to mid-wicket. No run to be had there, but otherwise it looks a cracking pitch. Although the security guard out there didn't agree with me because I don't know anything about cricket. So okay, fair enough. Used to play it at school, used to hate it. Okay, right, that's enough. Next ball from Bess's. Pushed down. Then he insisted on talking about Leeds United for the next couple of minutes whilst I was trying to have a...
He knows plenty about football, then.
Your team, Doidge, I know. Best to Weatherly. Bowles all gives up some air. Weatherly said thank you very much and smacked it over mid-on for 6. Adam Lythe at deep mid-on was, well, he was interested for a minute, and then he sort of cranked his neck backwards and watched it pass over, and it's gone the whole way.
Yeah.
So that's one way to get off the mark, Joe Weatherly. 6 to him.
Although it was Felix Organ.
Oh, got it wrong again, have I? No. Oh, have I? No, it is Felix Organ, no wonder. Next delivery is short, and that's hammered away, and he's out. Caught by Revis at deep mid-wicket. Organ departs with a century there, you would have thought, for the taking. And, well, 1-6, and then he got a long hop. He thought his eyes lit up, and a one man out in the deep mid-wicket. Thank you very much. Straight into the hands, and he departs. 147 for 2. So I don't think there's any butterflies in that Hampshire dressing room yet. The target keeps coming down. Another 67 required. Poor old Felix, he can't drag himself off at the moment. Muttering away to himself, no doubt.
That was the last ball of the 42nd over. 127 deliveries he faced for his 72. I bet he does wish Joe Weatherly had hit the 6th ball before, because he would have been hitting that shot as well. So you rejoin us, listeners, from Sports Extra. Welcome back to North Marine Road, where striding out to the middle is Nick Gubbins to join Joe Weatherly, the pair of them on naught. 2 relatively quick wickets just taken in recent overs. Ian Holland caught Cola Cadmore at first slip off code for 71. And then Felix Organ, who'd smashed Don Best for a 6-over long on, succumbed the very next ball when he tried to smash him over mid-wicket for another 6, but was caught on the boundary edge by Matthew Revis down by the west stand. He's out for 72 off 127, and so it's 147 for 2. Yorkshire needing the improbable 8 wickets, and Hampshire needing the much more likely 67 runs to win this. Here's Ben Code bowling to Weatherly. It's off stump and through to keeper Johnny Tattersall. Still employing the 3 slips, as you'd expect at this stage. Need wickets. Everybody else is fairly tight in on the ring, barring Matthew Waite, who's just saving a boundary down at the long leg. Ben Code clearly trying to bowl it straight enough that he might come into play if he gets it slightly wrong, slightly overcooks it to the leg side. Talking of overcooking it, DT, those fish and chips last night were a little bit on the crispy side. As Code is in, and back foot really strikes this well, Joe Weatherly, into the Scarborough turf, and Revis that'll have stung at a point. He successfully fielded it, but even after the bounce, that was travelling. Would have been one of the more firmly struck shots in the entire match, you feel. But it couldn't get Weatherly off the mark. We've got an email from Rupert about Daleks and cricket and Yorkshire.
Well, they have had Daleks in Scotland.
Takes all sorts on these broadcasts. Here's a good delivery by Code, but it still doesn't induce a shot from Weatherly. He says mention was made this morning of Daleks visiting Scarborough. Currently, Yorkshire have never been beaten by a representative 11 from the planet Scarborough. A number of secret matches were played in the early 1900s at Headingley, and the Daleks struggled with persistent no-bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end, as well as using up their batteries bowling uphill from the football stand end.
You can see that not being able to quite get the delivery stride right.
More in a moment, because Code's bowling here to Weatherly, who's pushing that out into the offside no run. He says they also struggled with uncovered wickets. Wilfred Rhodes is the only player to have played against W.G. Grace, Bradman and Daleks. Source: Yorkshire's X-Files. Daleks have a limited wrist spin capability with the sink plunger attachment, but no finger spin. There is considerable debate about what constitutes a no ball by a Dalek 2. A little bit more to come, because Code is coming in again from the Trafalgar Square end, and Weatherly able to leave one. And Rupert goes on. The Daleks are also believed to have played against the West Indies pace attack of the 1980s and threatened to resort to using their exterminator after being bounced repeatedly, even though no physical damage was done to them.
Well, it wouldn't, because they're not that tall. It would just go over the top, wouldn't it?
Well, imagination there from Rupert, and it's going to take a bit of imagination to think that Yorkshire have got 8 wickets in them here before Hampshire find the 67 they need to win this. Probably prefer it be 76 Yorkshire, as Weatherly drops this lady's Code delivery out into the offside no run.
I've just got this picture of Michael Holding sort of being chased down at Kirkstall Lane by a Dalek going exterminate. It would have been completely changed that 1976 series, wouldn't it?
Yep. This game is now gone, says Lindsay O'Regan, and Hampshire are deserved winners. Bowled and batted better than Yorkshire. Surrey and Hampshire are the best 2 county championship teams in the country this year, so it's right that they're duelling it out for the title. Given the awful winter they had and the inexperienced teams they've had to field, I think Yorkshire have done pretty well in the championship this season. We've seen a few youngsters making good progress, and there's plenty of reason for optimism for the future. Most importantly, the new broom in the county's management is sweeping the place clean, and the appointment of Otis Gibson is very definitely a step in the right direction, onwards and upwards. Thanks, Lindsay.
I think we can all agree with that. Start of a new over from Bess, who's now coming round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins.
Last over for DT before we kick him out of the box.
Oh,
Bring JMO back in.
better than kicking him in the box. Here comes Bess. Again tempts Gubbins. Oh, it's actually quicker ball, and Gubbins was all committed to the forward shot and played it back to him. Fitting, I think, the openers who kept pace with each other for most of the morning were out for 71 and 72. Next ball, Gubbins meets circumspectly to short extra. The target now down to, as we said, 67 runs to win, so shouldn't be a problem for Hampshire. Tempts Gubbins there, and that one just spun past the edge as he pushed forward. Left-hander, there's a slip in, a forward short leg. I'm not sure I wouldn't have another close fielder under the helmet. Bess bowls again. He's got 1 wicket in his last over. He's not going to get one there as Gubbins plays that one firmly off the back foot. Good diving. Sort of half stop there by Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, he got away
Gets
with
up
that.
and brushes himself down.
Got away with that, Don Best, and he dragged it down a little bit. I think he was trying to push it through a little quicker.
Here he is again. Tosses that one up and it's driven back to him. The end of a maiden over and the end of my session. I'll pop back in half an hour.
You do that, DT. Thanks for now. I'll let Kev do the pulls and pushes, because I'm going to read this email from John Logan, our Euro visionary, who says, when you were speaking to Matt Fisher yesterday afternoon about games he played, I did enjoy your verbatim quotes from Blackadder 2. Much appreciated. I can't remember what I actually said now. But thanks, John. Ben Cole's return is much welcomed, he says, but I remember you mentioned earlier in the match that Matthew Revis maybe looked a little bit jaded. Injuries and international call-ups aside, Yorkshire going forward as Weatherly pushes into the onside from Code. Yorkshire going forward probably need to follow Hampshire's example of squad rotation and depth. Hampshire's 3 main strike bowlers in the county championship. Abbas, as we hear the sound of the rustle of DT's luncheon paper bag. Abbas, Abbott and Barker all-rounder don't play in the T20 Blast. And Ted Wern Jarvis says, watching from Australia, loving the coverage. Yorkshire just seemed to lack a breakthrough bowler. Good win by Hampshire, though. They've given it up, everybody, at the moment. And Weatherly has been struck on the pad and he's out. Ben Code has another wicket, a second to him, and gives himself a bit of a clap, I think, and his teammates, and a bit of a come on. 147 for 3, so they've lost 2 wickets with the score at that mark, and they still need 67 to win. And it is still, well, something a little bit more interesting at this moment in time. 3 wickets having fallen since the lunch break, but again, Hampshire still well in control of this, you feel. Weatherly has gone for a duck from 14 deliveries.
Yeah, look, as well as the openers played, I mean, to get to 135 without losing a wicket was an unbelievable effort. Unbelievable. But I'm not sure Ian Hollands was the best shot. I mean, we do see the odd ball outside off stump just bouncing a bit. He's gone for it off the back foot and got the edge. It's the one that's bounced and gone through. Felix Organ, I'm afraid, was not a great shot. So, you know, you lose both openers where you've got momentum. Then you've got 2 new batters at the crease. It's like starting the innings again. It's like you're 0 for 0. And it's not surprising that one of those guys is out. And it's just caused, you know, probably a few anxious moments that probably didn't need to be there. But take nothing away, I don't think anybody would have seen that opening stand. So Hampshire have done particularly well to get to this point. But I just think the openers getting out so quickly together has just put pressure now on this middle order.
James Vince, when you look, if you are feeling a little bit nervous in the Hampshire dressing room, you watch this man walk out to the middle, you'd be feeling a little bit more confident, I would venture to suggest, because this guy is a very, very good player, as we know. And yeah, it takes him just a little bit of work here, get himself in, and there ain't too many to knock off. But just like anybody, even Viv Richards might have been a little bit vulnerable early on. In comes Code, and he strays to London immediately off the mark with 4 through mid-wicket. Lovely stroke, just timed it superbly. And if you're going to hand the initiative to the opposition, then that's the way to do it, I guess. Give him a nice little start. That'll ease quite a lot of those early nerves. But Ben Code, well, he'll know off the hook, and he'll be trying to do something about that with his next delivery. Andy Lockwood says, re Scarborough cricket or the potential loss of first-class cricket at this wonderful ground. More in a moment, because Cody's coming in to bowl to Vince, who drops that out into the offside where Revis will field. Andy from deepest, darkest Cottingham, just down the road near Hull. He says, my heart sinks when I hear that first-class cricket is going to get yet another kick in the proverbials with a reduction in matches, and further frustration hits me when, well, we don't know that for definite, Andy. That's not an official announcement, that's just the word. Further frustration hits me when, after Scarborough announced major improvements at North Marine Road, there's potential that there will be no games played there. Code coming down the hill to Vince, who's shouldering arms. He said, I thoroughly enjoy my visits to Scarborough to watch the long game, and I know many other people do too. Sat through 3 days against Surrey and 2 days this week, and I look forward to watching many more games, fingers crossed. I'm in 2 minds as to whether to do a rain dance, so I hope we get a positive result. The Yorkshire win would be preferable, of course, but I'm heading to the Oval in September with an option to watch 3 days, and I'd like the game to be competitive. Day 1 and 2 against Hampshire were, apart from the wet stuff, thoroughly entertaining. Fish and chips, ice creams, cider and real ales kept me alive through the sessions. Thanks for the comms as Vince shoulders arms to another delivery to complete that over. He says, best regards, Andy. I don't like cricket, I love it. Lockwood. Yeah, we're just speculating, I suppose, but not in a totally idle way, given what we've been hearing about the championship next year. And you know, if there are a reduction in the number of home games, if there are only 5, then sadly, you know, you've got to raise that question at the very least, haven't you? What's the future of first-class cricket on this ground?
Well, that'll be a question at a few others around the country, wouldn't it?
And we certainly do not want to lose any of it.
Best is round the wicket to the left-hander Nick Gubbins on the back foot, plays that into the ground square on the offside. You know, listen, I guess there are one or two other grounds around the country that would fear the worst if this goes through. Has this ground probably got more of a case than some others? I think so. That's a low full toss, and that's whipped away square on the leg side. It's going up the hill. It's just about got enough legs to go over the rope, and that's another boundary. Yorkshire can ill afford those coming too quickly, as that target is being whittled down despite losing those 3 quick wickets for 12 runs. 155 for 3. Hampshire need another 59 here. I agree. I mean, as I say, it was 30 years since I was last here, and it's just as lovely as I remember it. And I think there's a lot of stuff going on here on this ground, isn't there? In terms that's driven up to mid-off, fielded by Adam Lythe. In terms of as a proper outground, there's a lot of stands, there's a lot of seating, there's a lot of other stuff going on as well. There's the Scarborough Cricket Club shop, for instance. I mean, where too many grounds where your cricket club's got a shop like that as you arrive in, and there's so much going for it. I suppose at the end of the day, it's just got to plead its case, but you're not going to play too many games away from Headingley, are you, if there's only 5 games? As that's pushed out on the offside, it's probably more likely going to be 6, which means you'll probably get 1, but have to play another 50 over game here to help with the quota. I don't know. I don't know the internal politics here at Yorkshire. Wouldn't have a clue, to be honest. But it's, you know, when you can guarantee the weather here, it's a lovely place. There's no doubt about it. That's pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run. And I've enjoyed it. I think obviously a lot of spectators. You have to think about spectators, don't you? They obviously love coming here, whether you're a native, you know, of Yorkshire, or whether you're further afield. It's just a nice spot to come, and a bit different. That's sweat, but missed. Tattersall takes it. He's taken at first slip off his shoulder, half claim for a catch. I don't think Gubbins got anywhere near that. 155 for 3.
And just a couple of messages that came in yesterday, which I didn't get around to addressing. Apologies, folks, because the Wi-Fi was very much up and down. Edward Harland, we were talking about Trafalgar Square, and you mentioned it again this morning, Kev. He says, following the conversation 2 weeks ago when Churchy was in the chair with me, about hitting 6s through the gap in the buildings there over in Trafalgar Square, the opposite end of the ground from our commentary position. The square was built in 1830, and on map number 38 is missing, I presume, then due to the German naval bombardment of December 1914. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. There was much more damage to Scarborough than to Whitby and Hartlepool. Good delivery by Code, first up here to Vince, which he's interested in playing at. Though 100 more deaths there, he says. The only Boy Scout to be killed in the whole war was 15-year-old George Taylor in Scarborough that day. That's sad, isn't it? The only one.
Do we know why there is a gap there between the flats at the far end of the ground? Because it looks...
People hit 6s through.
Yeah, so do you think when they built the flats, they thought, well, do you know what, let's just leave a little gap for somebody?
Code in, and Vince opens the face, runs it out to point. No run, I'm guessing probably. They started at the bottom and they started at the top, and then they ran out of bricks when they got to the middle bit, something like that.
There you go. Yeah, if you're watching the live picture feed, there's the gap at the far end. I mean, when you look at the shape of the flats at their end, it's ripe for somebody, some developer, to come along and say, I will fill that gap in with another structure, but I guess that's not allowed. So there you go. Right over the sight screen.
So Code down the hill to Vince, who turns that to leg, and there is no run. Now then, Alan Squire, which I put up a question which is probably for you to respond to, JMO, as the Hampshire expert. Says, great to spend days watching cricket from my home in Ireland, ex-Yorkshire. However, there has to be a question over whether counties like Hampshire are entitled to claim success in the county championship when the relative strength of teams playing in any particular match don't reflect the overall strength of the county or their contribution to the development of English cricket. I'm sure it's something that's probably been asked of you before, as Code's latest delivery is turned to leg by Vince. He says, as far as I can see, Hampshire are using 5 players born outside of the UK. Most of their squad's over 30, and they've contributed nothing, he says, to any English team this year. compared to Yorkshire missing half their best players and having to develop as many young players out of necessity. If Hampshire aren't prepared to contribute to the development of the English team, maybe they shouldn't be allocated any international matches. Keep up the good work, says Alan Squire. Your thoughts on that, Kev, as you laugh? Yeah, okay, code in. Vince turns that back with a square leg, and we'll pick up a single to take him on to 5, 156 for 3. Is this something that's levelled at Hampshire often?
What, like that? The way
Yeah.
that's worded? No. Where do you want me to start then? Because it seemed like there's quite a few things there that, to be honest, he's already made up his mind.
How about with thanks for the good work?
Yeah, thanks for Hampshire. Thanks to Hampshire for pushing Surrey all the way this season and making it a championship that we go right into the end of September and making it worthwhile following. Apart from that, should we answer the email?
Gloves are off. Has Code coming in here to bowl to the left-handed Gubbins, who leaves one. Hits him on the pad. There is an appeal, but Peter Hartley says not out. 156 for 3. Where was that? Roundabout.
It's pretty close, especially when you're not playing a shot. I mean, Code's got a great shape on the ball at the moment, and again, this is when you lose two quick wickets, guys who are going well, that you're asking the new batters to play equally as well. Code has just found some nice shape on the ball. Do you want me to skip that email? Right, go on then. Just fire one at a time at me.
Can't remember where it was now with it all.
No, that one from that email, because it is. I mean, you could level that at a lot of counties. I think it's a little bit unfair just to fire it at Hampshire. But go on.
Just trying to find it again.
Oh, please don't find it. Good view on the balcony away to our left there, just outside the ground. If you enjoying the cricket, if you're watching the live picture feed.
So
Here's Bess to Vince. Somebody's getting applause. I don't know what for. I can't quite see. So it's pushed into the ground. Oh, Ben Coates going off. Well, I tell you, I don't think Hampshire will mind too much, because he's just gone into a nice little rhythm there, nice little groove. Fortunately, I can't answer too much because the bowling is a little bit too quick with the off spinner. Forward is Vince, pushes it out into the covers.
basically saying, can you really claim success if you're not having a team that's reduced by players being called up by England in internationals?
Is that Hampshire's fault? Is that Hampshire's fault that they're not being selected by England? Here's Bess always turned. It's left alone, but that turned out the rough, big time.
I mean, what I would say about that, Alan, not being a former Hampshire player or following Hampshire around, is that that would be the dream, wouldn't it, for Yorkshire supporters? And many people talk about it. They moan about the players that are called up, and they often talk about signing players who are not going to be quite good enough to play international cricket, but would be good county players.
Vince plays that length ball square out on the offside. That didn't turn, that one. Listen, it's not Hampshire's fault that James Vince hasn't been called up. I think you'd find an awful lot of people, not just in Hampshire but around the country, that would say this guy should be. Well, I think there's almost an argument. I mean, I know England won last night against South Africa, but there's almost an argument this guy should be England one-day captain, as well as being in the side, as Vince pushes that out into the cover. So that's not Hampshire's fault. But I think it's a feather in Yorkshire's cap that they've got people who are playing for England. I mean, you make the argument sound whichever way you want it to sound, to be honest. I don't think people need to get too worried about Yorkshire cricket. Down the wicket comes Vince, works it wide of mid-on, and that is 4 runs. Used his feet there, the Hampshire captain. And with that boundary, he moves on to 9, 160 for 3. Hampshire in pursuit of that target of 214. So Yorkshire playing this game without an overseas player. But you had an overseas player the previous game. You know, it's not Hampshire's fault that they found 2 overseas players that are available. Well, Abbas missed a couple earlier on in the middle, so he hasn't played every single game. You know, it's not Hampshire's fault they found a couple that can play most of the season. You know, that's the skill of finding overseas players. You know, everybody's looking for overseas players at the right price and the right ability. It's just that some get lucky, some. I mean, what was it? Who was it the other day was saying that their overseas players have been coming in. Sussex have had overseas players in and out the door like you wouldn't believe for a little while, especially T20. You know, there was one in, one out virtually every game.
Stephen Patterson into the attack at the Trafalgar Square end, coming round the wicket to Gubbins, who drives him straight back past the bowler for 4. Over pitching the York skipper first, it'll be 164 for 3. 8 against the name of Gubbins now, and the target now, well, remains at 214, but the runs required down to 50, a straight 50, with 7 wickets in hand. Patterson, ball back in hand, coming in again. Wide on the crease, Gubbins drops into the offside. No run. Martin Rowe says, I may have missed your input. Read Duke v Tattersall stumper quandary. Not sure what Duke did wrong, both good. Have you been discussing Duke and Tattersall while I've been off air? No? Not sure then. Martin, to what you refer?
Well, Duke played against us earlier in the season, didn't he?
Yeah.
At the UGS.
Tattersall only got the gloves back for the previous match here against Surrey a couple of weeks ago, as Gubbins plays one top of the bounce back to the bowler. No run. I suppose it's only a quandary insofar as that you want your keeper to be red hot, and like every county you want to take every opportunity. Well, no, that's not realistic, but more opportunities than perhaps Harry did earlier in the season. He's got some time in the second team. I'm sure we'll probably see him again. I think, well, more or less undoubtedly in the RL 50. Whether he'll be keeping or not is a different matter, as Gubbins' latest drive is palmed towards mid-off by Patterson. And the Yorkshire fielder over there, who was down to field it, Dominic Bess, well, he's only happy when he's sort of on his knees, sliding around on the floor, Bessie. Looks like he might have taken a bit of a knock, maybe, or maybe stretched something beyond the point he wanted to when trying to get into position to field that. Will Frayne has come into a position just off the cut strip on the offside of it. And Patterson fires one wide of Gubbins' off stump. Lily says, yes, Yorkshire finally taking wickets. I said to Doidge at lunchtime Yorkshire would win by 2 runs. Have you eaten your vanilla slices yet? Well, wouldn't make for the best of commentaries if we did that while on air. DT might have gone through them all by now. In his little stint off. An update for BBC Radio Leeds to come up in a minute or two, as Gubbins pushes that one back to Patterson, and there is no run. 2:30, and we have some fireworks going off behind on Peacehelm Park. We did get that the menu, the programme for the summer through one of our correspondents yesterday. Can't remember. I think it might have been today that it was due on. Yeah, Bernard Cribbins mentioned him earlier. Wombles, Busby and Tufty, of course, among his credits. Was one of the voices, wasn't he, for the Wombles. Here's Bess bowling to the right-handed James Vince, who pushes back down the pitch to the bowler. 50 by Hampshire. Probably 7 wickets needed by Yorkshire. Rather less, probably. But they still have 1 or 2 to play with. 4 less though now, 4 fewer, because Bess has just been driven square through the offside by James Vince for 4. A little bit too much width. 46 needed. And here we go with update time. Here's Bess in again, and Vince pushes back to the bowler, who flicks it up into his hand, but it keep it up. Bess in again, passes umpire Mallender. Little flick off his legs by Vince. That might have the legs to get to the boundary rope at the Trafalgar Square end, and does so. 4 to James Vince, who moves on to 17. Hampshire 172 for the loss of 3 wickets. Well, they might have lost a couple, but they are heading for victory here. 42 more needed. Bess again floats one up, pushed into the offside, where tumbling stop by Matthew Waite keeps them their respective ends. Here we go with the update.
42 for 3, which means they need another 42 runs to win this game. It has all been
Hello, Rima. The final day, the final time I think you'll be speaking to me during this match, because Hampshire are moving on towards victory at the moment. They need just 41 more runs to win it. They've got 7 second innings wickets standing. They started the day on 9 without loss, and I think everybody turning up this morning at North Marine Road with plenty of cloud cover thought bowling day. Yorkshire will be chipping away at the wickets column. Could be a really close, interesting match, but they were never really able to get any sort of control this morning. Hampshire batted really well and had made it to 121 without loss by lunch. They have lost 3 wickets since then. Ian Holland was caught at slip off Ben Code for 71. Felix Organ was caught by Matthew Revis, having hit him for 6. The following ball caught on the boundary edge off Don Best for 72. And Joe Weatherly was LBW to Ben Code without scoring. They were 147 for 3 at that stage, and that's not so long ago. They've moved on to 173 for 3. As I say, they need 41 runs more to win.
Wow. I mean, what can you do? How are you feeling? Because I know that you don't always feel good when Yorkshire are. Do you need some chocolate? Do you need a blanket?
I'm feeling fine. I've got a lengthy drive this evening, Rima. In fact, I'm heading down with the Hampshire lot, more or less, down to Goodwood in Sussex for some work at the races for the next 2 days. So to be honest with you, the earlier this one finishes, with a 5-hour drive ahead, the better.
Well, I've got a song for you here. So yesterday I think I did really well with the Shires. What with it being Yorkshire against Hampshire.
You did.
Yeah. Well, this is slightly different, and it is just to reflect the fact that Yorkshire haven't done as well as they might have.
Oh no.
It's Whitney Houston, so emotional.
Brilliant. Bye for now.
Catch you soon, Jonathan.
That was Jonathan Doyce talking to himself for the last minute.
So Patterson bowling from the Trafalgar Square end. Tattersall standing up to the stumps, and Vince pushed out into the offside, and there is no run. On the instructions that, I don't know if you receive instruction before the season starts, Kev, or if you're just in total control of what goes on in your broadcasts, but on mine, on my inserts with Rima, it'll say 2:30, 4:30, brackets, can be chatty. So that's a note to the presenter that they can make it into a bit of a two-way conversation, which I know doesn't always fit entirely with what everybody is understanding out there. Patterson in has dropped into the offside, and there is no run. So you'll be delighted to know, I'll put you out of your misery, that the music that she was playing me out with today was because Yorkshire looked like they're going to lose, and because she thinks I sometimes get emotional when that happens, she was playing So Emotional. Seamless Links, number 742. Patterson in, bowling to Vince, who's pushing into the offside. And again, there is no run. James Vince already on to 18 with a bit of a swash and a buckle here. He might have this done in the next, well, Kev's probably hoping for half an hour or so.
I wish. Shall I tell you a James Vince fact on this ground? Would you like to know?
Yeah.
He scored his first ever first-class 100 here, back in 2010.
Not enough runs for him to get another one today, but he might have a nice, juicy little red inker as this one kicks off the pitch from Patterson and drops it into the leg side. And there is no run.
His first ever.
First ever.
First-class 100 was on this ground. Made 180. Sorry, DT, was I not clear enough there?
180, and has he scored less runs or fewer runs every time he's come back since then?
I have no idea. Hampshire were... No, this is the last time Hampshire have been here. So actually, you're right. At the moment, he scored less runs. You're right. Because that was the last time Hampshire were here. 2010. Thank you. Don Bess Ready to bowl the next over to the left-hander Nick Gubbins. There's still the short leg in. There's still a slip in as well. 41 needed by Hampshire. Bowls. Gubbins comes down the wicket and hits it over mid-on. Hasn't quite got it. In fact, wider mid-on. Bounces 2 or 3 times, but it will go over the rope. Not quite at the pitch of it. Just went through with the shot anyway. Just dragged it across on the leg side. And that is 4 runs to the left-hander, which takes him on to 12 and Hampshire on to 177 for 3. They need 37.
Yeah, still quite a lot of speckies in, staying till the bitter end to support their team. Stoic.
Yeah. Besson again, mid-on still staying up despite that shot as Gubbins pushes forward out on the offside. Gubbins has 12, Vince 18. We are into the 52nd over of this Hampshire second innings. Remember, they started 9 without loss this morning, needing 205 more at that stage. Here's Bess again, flight sits and Gubbins drives out into the covers where Jordan Thompson fields. And there's no run. Happy to say that the clouds are just as high as they've been throughout the day. It's full cloud cover, but has never really got too dark. Almost turned outside the off stump, but Gubbins doesn't have to play at that one. Bess is 1 for 68 into his 18th.
Sean in Roundhead says JMO's defence of Hants sounds as solid as Pierre Charles Villeneuve at Trafalgar.
Down the wicket comes Gubbins, makes it into a low full toss, but it comes off the bottom of the bat as it works its way up to mid-off, fielded by Lythe. I'm not defending the county, I'm just sort of trying to help people understand that. And also Hampshire haven't got to this point, just overnight. There's a lot of work over a number of seasons that gets a team playing to its full potential. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I mean, the point about the T20, for instance, Hampshire have never really been in a position where, 3 players of this side. Damn, that's not me. 4 players, I think, is because Joe Weatherly's in this game. Were playing in the T20 finals day not so long ago. That takes a lot out of players, but they've never really been in that position for the last few years. A lot of the squad that play in T20 were playing in the Championship. It gets tiring. But you basically got a group of players that were spared that, so that helps with their Championship cricket. So there's lots of factors, and Yorkshire, it wasn't that long ago that Yorkshire had a pretty formidable side, and it goes in waves. You build a side up, and they play to their full potential and win stuff, and then it goes the other way. Length ball there from Patterson, but it's a little bit too straight as Vince works that away down to fine leg. And they'll come back for 2, as that's thrown in by Matthew Waite. In front of the Players' Pavilion. 179 for 3. DT is back. 35 needed.
Yeah, hasn't been quite as comfortable as we thought it might have been this afternoon, but Hampshire still very much on course. Just the further 35 runs required. Should take them, 6-7 overs, something like that, because they'll speed up towards the end, won't they?
Maybe the intensity might go a little bit from Yorkshire as Vince pushes forward to Patterson. Quietly plays that out square on the offside. Vince has 20 now. Yeah, the intensity might just drop a little bit, and quite understandably, but another wicket, you never know. Another 2 wickets might just keep it will keep the intensity up right to the very end. That Hampshire were given an amazing start, weren't they, by Felix Organ and Ian Holland. 135 for the first wicket. Is a tremendous start when you're looking to chase down 214, which many people thought would be very tricky total. As that's driven through extra cover, lovely shot, James Vince past the diving fielder. Now, it's going to tease, I think, that ball, but I think it's just about going to make its way over to the rope. Yes, it does. Down towards the tractor at the far end. James Vince, trademark extra cover drive. 24 he moves on to now. 183 for 3. Hampshire need 31. Just looking at that Surrey game, because of course it's all about the team at the top at the moment, and unless my scoreboard is a little behind, Surrey 50 without loss, needing another 198 to beat Warwickshire.
They've lost 1.
I think, yeah, so mine's a bit behind, unfortunately. I thought it might have been. Vince works that away again down towards Waite, but it'll only be a single this time. And my scoreboard is way behind then. So sorry, 50 odd for 1, are they?
Well, they lost. I heard Kevin Howes
Yeah.
saying they lost a wicket, and
Perhaps my
he wouldn't.
perhaps my set of fixtures has a Hampshire bias, so they've just given up with Surrey because they're doing too well.
Yeah, that'll be a tremendous victory if Surrey pull that off today.
Wouldn't it?
Oh God, those words stuck in my throat.
Yeah, you don't want Surrey to win, do you? Can I say that on here?
Don't think anybody does, do they?
Well, let's come back a little bit. It's a good lead from Gubbins anyway. Through to Tattersall. He's have to move to his right-hand side to take that one. Situation in the table as we speak, the live table. Surrey have 193, Hampshire have 177. Yorkshire in the middle at the moment on 116.
So Hampshire win this first, and then on the live table they'll actually pull level, won't they?
Yeah. I think
Not for
last week when they beat Warwickshire outside the off-stump, last week when they beat Gloucestershire, I think they went top for about a couple of hours. End of the over, but at least, you know, it's top. Top is top.
Yep.
184 for 3 at the end of that over. 214 the target, so Hampshire need another 30. There are still 46 overs left in the game, so I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. The weather is okay. It's not absolutely brilliant, but for Scarborough it's brilliant. Generally for the rest of us it's okay.
I heard you speaking very warm words about Scarborough.
I know, I've enjoyed my stay here. I have enjoyed. It's just a bit different, which is nice.
You
The run-of-the-mill stuff that we do, which I'm not complaining, but it's been a bit different.
Best then starts a new over. He's bowled unchanged since lunch, and that's driven mistimed up to mid-off by Vince. You think, knowing that the back of this chase has been broken, you think Vince will be looking to finish things off quickly and start on that long journey. Gets a single there down to a straightish long on. He moves very quickly on to 26.
Yeah, start of the 100 after this DT. You're looking forward to it? I know the 50 over competitions that run in conjunction, but just aiming specifically at the 100. Looking forward to that.
Bess comes in, bowls, and Gubbins makes room for himself. Cracks that one away through the offside. He's going to get one. Might come back for the second. No, he's decided not to come back for the second. 186 now for 3. Gubbins moves on to 13. No. Bess bowls, and Vince back turns that into the onside. Thinks about a single, and won't be getting one.
Is that you sitting on the fence or a firm no?
I'm sorry, I thought I'd answered your question.
Well, you did, but are you going to give a reason as to why you don't like the 100? Or are you just going to say no?
Yes. The next delivery is pushed firmly into the offside, and it's like different types of music, isn't it? You know, some music you like, some music you don't like. It's all music, and if it attracts more people to the game, then Best bowls again and covered up defensively. My main gripe with the 100 is not the actual tournament itself; it's the fact that nothing else can be played in probably the best month of the season for playing cricket in August. We're playing nothing alongside it at the same time.
You're 50 overs.
Yeah, but for how many games? 6 games or something in a month?
Well, if you don't play very well in it, it's only
8.
6 games. It'll be more if you're doing well.
8, maximum of 8 games in a month in August.
These players need a rest, you know.
How many games would you have played in August? How many days cricket would you have played in August?
Well, probably a lot more, but that's by the by. You know, it's different times now. You know, you're asking more of these players, and I've made this argument, I've tried to make this argument a few times, that 4-day games are an awful lot harder to play than 3. 3-day games can be hard, and the odd one is hard, but generally 3-day games are a lot easier to play in than 4-day. 4-day take an awful lot out of players, mentally, physically. You know, and you know, going back to focusing on Hampshire, as who we got? Waite, haven't we?
Waite, yeah.
Driven by Gubbins through the covers. That won't go all the way, but it will be 2. Takes Hampshire on to 188 for 3 now. They need another 26. So, you know, I mean, I know some of these players now will, on both sides, will be going off to play in the 100, but, you know, if it means that they're getting a little bit more rest and they're not playing for as long, I don't think that's a bad side. We're asking a lot of these players. You know, this last few rounds of 4-day cricket is hard. It's hard at this stage of the season. And it will be harder for a side like Hampshire, who are pushing literally every session, every moment, pushing hard for the title. It's driven out into the covers off the back foot. Gubbins, no run, he's on 15.
It should be hard if you're going to win the county championship.
Yeah. So I think, you know, I think generally they deserve a rest. You know, Mohammed Abbas will be going back to Pakistan for a break until September.
I think
Abbott will have a break.
I think you'd agree that Premiership football is physically harder than county cricket, and those guys don't get a break for 9 months.
I agree. Well, I mean, you know, we can argue about how long a break should be and needs to be and whatever, but at the end of the day, people need a break from time to time. Even UTT sometimes, as that's pushed out on the offside and there is no run. I'm sure 4 days of commentary. I'm sure you don't wake up on the 5th day feeling quite as fresh as you did going into the first day.
Oof, never wake up feeling fresh these days. Those days have long gone.
It's you know, anybody in any walk of life, if they feel that they're being pushed hard over a long period, you do need to step back at times. It's outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Gubbins. 288 for 3, 26 needed here. You would think this will finish before tea. What are we, 10 to?
You would
10
hope.
to 3? We'd think so, wouldn't you?
You would hope it would finish before
Well,
tea.
yeah.
26 runs in 50 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
I think it'll finish half an hour before tea.
Wait from that Trafalgar Square end in the air. One bounce into the covers. Nick Gubbins just pushing at that one. He's down on one knee as he goes forward. Just pushed out at that one a little too much. Ball perhaps just stopped in the surface a little bit as well.
Interesting bit of, what would you call it, professionalism or keeping the spirits up there from Johnny Tattersall, because when that throw came in, he immediately looked behind him, said, hold on, who's backing up? Anybody backing up down there? Long leg, anyone? No, get in position.
Oh, spotted DT. Weight comes in, cut away by Gubbins through extra cover. Now that won't go all the way. They will pick up 2, may look for 3. Are they going to take the throw on? They aren't. So they'll settle for 2. George Hill running down towards the tea room, which I'm sure a few spectators are looking over there at the moment, thinking, well, this game's not going to be too far. I haven't had a full day's play. I might just treat myself to something before I go home.
Yeah, a nice cup of tea and a scone.
Yeah.
Go down very nicely.
The benches to our left, obviously, as would be fit the last day of a game, which usually the less crowd is a little bit more sparsely populated. Still a couple of families here, though.
And one of the best moments of the 4 days here happened at lunchtime when a Yorkshire fan came up and looking for Doidge. He knows Doidge. He says, I've got to agree with you, DT, it's scone, not scone. Doidge wasn't amused. Bess then starts a new over, and Vince goes back and pushes him firmly to mid-wicket. 190 for 3, 24 runs required. Often happens in these cases, the chasing side sort of charge over the line. Heads go down a bit in the field. Vince that's an absolutely glorious shot. He's just waited for that and stroked it, caressed it. Perfect gap. That's just it's shots like that make people think this bloke should be playing for England, isn't it? You know, he should have had a long England career, and he said he's several chances. Do you think he'll get another one? He'll get another chance?
Might come back as one-day captain if the one-day side doesn't do particularly well.
Next delivery from Bess is short, and he swung that away and bounces in front of Revis out there on the mid-wicket boundary, and it's just the single. I think he was looking looking for 4 runs because that was dragged down by Bess, and to be fair, that deserved the treatment that the previous ball got. 195, 19 runs required.
That ball got Felix Organ out, didn't it?
Yes. Very similar delivery, tossed up to Gubbins, and Gubbins is having nothing of it this time, the left-hander. 3 men saving 1, slip and a short leg, looking for the catch. The most Yorkshire can hope to do from this stage is perhaps cause a little bit of embarrassment. They're not going to be able to avoid defeat. Bess, shorter delivery and wider, and Gubbins has played that nicely. Chased round the boundary for Revis. He's just getting there in front of the hospitality tents, which are empty today. And sends in a good throw. The batsman back for 2 though, so 7 runs already off this over. 17 now the requirements are. It's going to be a comfortable win for the title chasers. Next ball really tossed up, and Gubbins has driven that beautifully up to mid-off, but straight to mid-off, so he doesn't get a run.
Got a substitute fielder on there at mid-off, who looks like he's just about to go off.
Will Luxton.
Yep.
He's waving his arms around like he's captaining the side. I don't know quite what's going on.
Yeah. As I leave the field, will you make sure you stand in that position and you in that one?
And Skip, perhaps we could have a deep mid-wicket a bit from square.
Yeah. And I'll see you at the end of the game.
He made his championship debut, I think, was it earlier this month or at the end of last month? So a fine young batsman, played in the One Day Cup, and he'll get his chance again, of course, next month for Yorkshire.
A few people wandering around the ground now.
On their way out.
Yeah, seen enough. We haven't seen the day that they might have hoped for, though there's still time perhaps, as there's new over from weight. It's full on the leg stump, and Vince turns that away down to fine leg.
Still time for what?
Well, a couple of wickets maybe.
Yeah, but that's all.
Yeah, 198 for 3. Hampshire need another 16.
Pair of navy blue shorts and socks and going out there. Ah, dear, he's obviously off back to his day job as a male model. 19 to Kevin, 32 to James Vince.
So these two have been together since the score was 147.
Now that's how to wear a pair of shorts and trainers. But that's
Is it? Can't quite see it.
that works.
His weight. He's round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins gets a length ball, which he pushes forward to. So I'm just trying to work it out, actually. 147. These two have put on 51.
Yeah, and done it very easily, haven't they?
Yeah. Hampshire losing 3 wickets for just 12 runs.
Poor old Joe Weatherly for a duck. He probably won't remember this game fondly, will he, despite the fact that Hampshire are going to win it. The ball followed him around a little bit yesterday, didn't it?
A couple of drop catches, which it happens as Waits round the wicket again outside the off stump, and Gubbins leaves alone. I think my live scores is just on my computer has just stopped for some reason. So I will update the Surrey score for everybody in a moment when I can call it up on another device. I'm lucky actually, I've got 2 devices. How lucky am I?
Mr. Howells probably knows what it is anyway. Give us a rough score. Oh look, he's got it down. He's pointing to you. Look.
I'm not looking because I can find it. Yeah. Actually I can't.
Well, look at Howells's.
They are 109 for 1. Need another 139 to beat Warwickshire. Why is my score still showing?
Well, because it's you do get with the data and the your own data on this. That sometimes it is hard to update when there's lots of other people trying to get on the network as well.
Surrey turned things around against Warwickshire. Hampshire here winning rather more easily than they would have thought in Scarborough, as that's left alone outside of the off stump, and that's usually indicative, isn't it, of sides going well in any particular season. They just find a way. Somebody does something.
6 wickets for 40 runs this morning, though Warwickshire losing.
Yeah. Kemal Roach.
I'm sorry, but that's
finding a performance. Yeah, but it often happens, doesn't it? The top sides always find something just when they need it. Here's Waite to Gubbins once more. Full. Gubbins drives up to mid-off, but there's no run. Always misfielded, but there's still no run. That'll be the end of Waite's over. Just the 1 run off it. Vince has 32 from 40. Gubbins 19 from 42. This partnership worth 51. Hampshire needs 16 to win this game.
Yeah, so as we're getting towards the end of the game, time to thank listeners and viewers, as we now have them, for your inputs, and I'd also particularly like to thank Lily, who's turned up every day, cooked for us, brought us some rock cakes, and today brought us some vanilla slices as well. So well done, Lily. Thank you very much for that. We'll see you next year, no doubt, when she's makes her way over from Malton for the Scarborough games. Bess to the right-handed Vince. Vince pushes that one. He wants a run. It wasn't to be. As I think that's Adam Lyons scampering first slip. If they'd have gone, and they'd have got that run comfortably, but Gubbins is just leaning on his bat in there. No need to take any risk. Skip. We only need another 16 runs. Best bowls, and that's one Vince back deep in his crease, just working that one to mid-wicket. Fielded there by Jordan Thompson. Best to Vince, who clips that one, and again Thompson into action. He's an all-action player, the man who makes things happen. Well, he didn't make anything happen this morning. Disappointing first session for Yorkshire, didn't take a wicket. Best drags that one down, and that's tickled away. Little leg, in fact he's gone for byes. So it's beaten the batsman, beaten Johnny Tatt. He might have just got a little deflection on it. Away down for 4 byes, the second 4 byes of the innings. The first one coming from a ball that turned and bounced. Hampshire 202 for 3.
Is that Matt Fisher there on the live picture feed on the boundary?
Quite possibly, he's signing autographs there. Welcome back to 5 Live listeners, with Hampshire just 12 runs away from victory here. Skipper Vince in the middle on 32, Gubbins on 15, 202 for 3. We have seen 3 wickets this afternoon. Nowhere near enough for Yorkshire to stop this Southampton juggernaut from progressing, continuing up to the top of the table.
The whole of Hampshire, DT. Don't miss out all those other places.
Southampton-based juggernauts, then, going all the way. And we'll be briefly join Surrey at the top of the table, as that next delivery is down the leg side, tickled away again by Vince. Is that going to reach the boundary? Furious chase out there, and they're coming back for 3. Good running there by Nick Gubbins. Very good running indeed to get back for a 3rd run. 205 for 3, so a couple of boundaries now would do it. So the 16 points for winning this would take Hampshire level with Surrey. But Surrey look as though they're on their way to victory at the Oval, so we'll pull 16 points clear again. Gubbins down the pitch, looking for the drive to substitute at mid-off. That's Will Luxton who does the fielding. Gubbins through for his single. So 2 4s will do it now, never mind 2 boundaries. And the players have been on at Port. Will Luxton, he's been on and off as substitute, hasn't he? He's back on again. Back off again now, rather, as Tom Coley-Cadmore makes his way back on. A little slap of the hands. Yorkshire know they've lost this. The fans know they've lost this. Matt Fisher there, signing a few autographs in front of the popular side, the bleachers. He's been doing various exercises. He's hoping to get back before the end of the season.
Weight comes into Gubbins. Gubbins drives up to mid-off. Oh, they won a single. They both came down the wicket and then stopped. I think Vince is just saying to Nick Gubbins, I wasn't sure what to do. Hampshire need 8. 206 for 3. Hampshire were given a great start today by the openers Ian Holland and Felix Organ. They had a tortuous 3 overs last night. You would have thought that wickets would have fallen early this morning, but they didn't. In fact, not one fell in the morning session. And the openers put on 135 for the first wicket. Edged through to the keeper, or very nearly, in fact. One or two behind got excited. That must have just gone off the turf as Gubbins tried to drive that. I think that just nipped away from him on the seam.
That's the first edge I've seen with no connection from the bat.
Yeah, that did nip away.
Got all excited there.
Yeah, everybody did. Yeah, Hampshire, 135 for the opening wicket. Ian Holland went the first to go, caught in the slips off Ben Cope for 71. And then 3 quick wickets in the space of 12 runs. Felix Organ for 72. Joe Weatherly for no scorers. Gubbins leaves that one alone outside of the off stump. And you suddenly thought, well, hang on a minute. Might something happen this afternoon? But James Vince and Nick Gubbins have steadied the ship and put Hampshire back into a situation where they are comfortable now, as they felt comfortable as the morning session went on. Expecting a tense morning session which never really materialised, despite there being overcast conditions. 206 for 3 weight bowls. That's bounced. That's hit the top of the shoulder of the bat and balloons out behind square on the offside, but nobody's in the vicinity apart from Revis, but he was a little too deep. And Gubbins again has cause to walk down the wicket and just have a look at the surface. So 8 still needed. And Yorkshire never really been able to apply any pressure this morning, and they needed a start. And they just bowled a little too many sort of let-off balls, didn't they, early on? Outside the off-stump, Jordan Thompson didn't quite get it right this morning. Hampshire were able to just nurdle it around for a few overs, and it just felt it wasn't going to be quite the tense morning that it should have been, might have been.
Could have been.
Yeah, and Hampshire were just allowed just to play it around a little bit, but taking nothing away from the 2 batters. Absolutely superb performance from them, which set Hampshire on their way.
Yeah, it wasn't one of those mornings where they were sort of playing and missing and sort of edging short of slips and things. It was very, very controlled.
Weight bowls. Gubbins is forward. They've got all the time in the world. They don't need to do anything silly. Just play, and they'll be okay. DT, I think that's it for you for this game.
Oh, okay. Well. Goodbye and good luck, everyone.
Is that all?
Thanks very much.
That's one of the all-time great.
Over the last few days.
That was one of the all-time great leaving speeches. That wasn't it? Hey, that will live long in the memory. That. In fact, what did you say? That was DT. Everybody. A man of few words.
Well, I thought I'd better just come back on and applaud the opposition.
I tell you what, you've got a lot to follow after that speech.
Thanks, DT.
Here's Bess with his spin. Bowls. Vince goes big over mid-on. And that will be, as we wait for the ball to land, it's 6. 6 runs. He's not hanging around, James Vince. Bounces just short of the seating area. Away to our right in the corner. And Bess doesn't look particularly happy to that. He has got the ball at times to spin out of the rough, but generally hasn't been able to really exert any pressure. He has picked up a wicket, but might have hoped for a few more. Hampshire now 212 for 3. Need another 2 runs for victory.
This could be the shortest commentary stint in BBC history.
In fact, DT might have said a few more words than you in that at the end. Vince drives up to mid-on, and there is now, and who would have thought that? Just a moment or two ago. Vince has 41. Gubbins has 20. As Bess comes in and bowls, Vince is on the back foot, plays that quietly out on the offside. No run there. 3 balls gone of this over. It could very easily be all over this over. Still a short leg in, still a slip, just in case one bounces. As Bess bowls outside the off stump, and Vince goes for it, and that's it. There's the winning runs. It won't quite go all the way. Vince, they'll have to run 2. He was celebrating and then suddenly realised the ball has stopped in the outfield and carries on running. And there's the 2 runs for Hampshire. They've won this game by 7 wickets. It is Hampshire's 8th victory of the season and their 6th victory in their last 7 championship matches. A convincing victory in the end. It looked as though when we arrived this morning it would be a tight day, but actually it wasn't at all, and in the end it was quite comprehensive.
It was by DT's proffered 7 wickets. The Prophet DT, 7 wickets. Yeah, congratulations to Hampshire. That's all you can say, isn't it? They've won and won it well in the end. There was a little wobble of those 3 wickets a little bit earlier in the day, but it was really a lot to do with that fantastic 135 first wicket partnership between Messrs Holland and Organ that really did settle any significant Hampshire nerves that there may have been this morning, and that has largely been responsible for seeing them home. And it turns out that when you win the toss, bat first, and are 33 for 6 on the first morning, it's very difficult to get out of it, Kev.
Yeah, it doesn't help, does it, really? Over 4 days you have a poor session, and yeah, difficult. But listen, at the end of the day, the conditions affected both sides. Hampshire lost wickets at the top of the order on day 2 as well, but in the end, I think the side with the momentum coming into this game has quite rightly won it. I think there's been a lot of good things for Yorkshire. They probably won't see that at the moment, but that 7th wicket partnership between in the first innings between Tattersall and Waite, I think I'm right in saying that was, yeah, I'm just quickly looking through my notes, and some good batting down the order. Listen, at the end of the day, Hampshire are a very good side. We know that. They've just proved it.
They have, and they will keep the pressure on Surrey at the top of the First Division. And as for Yorkshire, well, they're still going to be in a feeling of mid-table mediocrity and not picked up many points in the match. In fact, Hampshire will finish with 20, I think. And Yorkshire with the 3, of course. They failed to get a batting point. They got 3 bowling points in the first innings. So 20 to 3 there. So Hampshire on to 109.7 with that 20.
I think they're level. They were level with Surrey, aren't they? 16 points.
16 points. They were behind. There's asterisks everywhere. We'll confirm that when we know. Yorkshire moved on to 116. They've completed 10. Yeah, Hampshire 177 from their 11. And Surrey still in play, 193 at the moment. It keeps tabs on the top of the table side. Lancashire back in 3rd, Essex 4th, Yorkshire 5th, but they are queuing up in behind to put some pressure on Yorkshire and get him involved in a relegation battle. Not the case at the moment. No panic in that respect, because they are 25 points ahead of second bottom Somerset. So it's